Uh, Thank you, Alan.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, it's getting there, and with the exclusion of my labor, which thank goodness is not free, I think we're up to $1,200 in materials on that uh, mill area, with the exclusion, of course, of the crushing and grinding equipment. You know, that would be an additional cost there, but. I'm pretty happy so far with how it seems to be going. My biggest question is how well is the um, agitation tank going to restart? Hi, Mr. Lodak.
Hey, Mr. Rodak.
Because getting it back up to speed, all the stuff is settled on the bottom there and kind of stuck together, and it'd be interesting to low muffled audio. Well, it's supposed to be on a. Of course, how the hell can I check anything?
Here we go again.
Yeah, because they say they don't have a want to change something thing there. Let's see. Let me try something here.
Uh-oh. Turn off the AC and see what happens. Is that any better, Chris? Let's see if this.
Okay, sound check.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I set it. Oh, that's not too bad, Tricky. 8 o'clock's a reasonable hour of the morning for anyone except Eva. If it's before 10, it doesn't bear speaking. Okay. Sound is muffled a bit.
Huh.
See if anything happens up here.
Yep. That one flashed.
That one did?
Yep.
Huh.
Why would it be the camera on? Or is that the one that you want?
No, I did the high definition audio device thingy. Is it bad enough I need to restart the stream, or does somebody know how to get to the frickin' selection? Oh, that's just a mute. Hey Adam, how's it going? Yeah, so let me know. I mean, I can hear me just fine. Eva probably thinks she can hear me too well. But it should have been the right mic. And again, this is one thing I really hate about this, is that one should be able to change things in the middle of a stream. Phyllosilicates? What are those? I think that would be a plant sort of thing. But anyhow, bad SNR, whatever SNR stands for. These young people, they think in acronyms. Silicate minerals, yeah. Let me turn on that AC again, since it doesn't seem to be making much of a difference. Huh, biotite, okay. Mica.
Signal noise ratio.
Why?
I'll tell you that one.
Toggle the power off, then on. Apparently the microphone that's being used is the camera.
Yeah.
I can do all kinds of stuff, but I can't do it while I'm running the live stream. For some peculiar reason, known only to YouTube, they don't seem to think that anyone might ever want to change anything in the middle of a live stream. See, like this edit button here. Let's see, categories, thumbnail, playlist, audience, yes, it's made for kids, paid promotion, automatic chapters, tags, language, recording date and time, license. See, everything except the hardware selections. I don't see, there used to be a, I don't need to learn more. I don't need to show less. I don't need playlists. See, everything in the world there except changing stuff, you know.
Oh, Bryce,
Yep. Anyhow,
we're gonna go with it for now.
we'll go with it for now. We'll just have to restart the stream. So, what the heck?
You can always just yell louder.
I'm a pretty loud mouth anyway. Anyhow. Hey, Bryce, ever since that horrible accident back in the early 80s, I had to express myself in shorthand. Let's see. What's that? It's one of those with a little on the side. And let's see, where's the other one?
Oh boy.
What's that? It's a week's supply of those. Anyhow,
Oh boy.
we got 10 people already, so it's coming on. First of all, with respect to Eva, she's doing fine. You may have heard her cat calling in the back. I think it's because it's the longest one, Adam. You know, if you have it just sticking out a little bit, that's the one that's going to get caught. No matter where it is, it'll tend to, even them out. But anyhow, Eva continues to heal. The graft site on her leg is not healing the way it would normally be expected to. There's nothing major wrong that we can tell, but even the doctor's going, that's a little weird there. So they took a culture today, and they want to look at it again on Thursday. And if it's not progressing as well as they want, then they're planning on sending her to a wound clinic where they have special stuff that they can do to directly stimulate the regrowth of certain kinds of tissues and things like that. But there doesn't appear to be anything major wrong. So as I say, she continues to improve. She continues to eat more and more different types of foods. She was up to, remember that chicken salad?
Yeah.
She just mashed it.
I thought that might work. I was like, well, I don't know. She'll have to decide.
Yeah, and she mashed it up and ate it. She can only eat little bits at a time. But, as long as it's, mushed up enough, then she can eat it. So she's got a reasonable selection. Oh, you remember the lamb stuff?
Yeah.
After I cooked it, I just diced that real fine, sort of 8-inch cubes. Mix that in with some scrambled eggs, cheese, and she liked that. So
You got to get hungry.
So anyhow, she's doing okay, and that's a good thing. As you can see, the mill continues to come along. Very little to do until I get those pumps. There's already 500 pounds of ground ore in the agitation tank. All I got to do is get the pump hooked up. And I've also decided to put a little tee off of there so I can put a hose and a lance so that I can wash, if there's a pile somewhere, I can beat it up. I have a feeling once you get all the humps moving, it'll keep going.
It will.
I don't think you're going to get too much settling at that point. So
We used to use an induction cone and mix fertilizers in the water,
Yeah.
dry. And that would plug sometime, you get a ball of it or whatever.
Yeah.
But once it got moving, it wipes it spreads it out.
yeah, exactly. So
So that shouldn't be an issue.
hopefully by next week we'll be actually processing ore in the big tank. Until then, I'm just using the little one. the cement mixer. I'm running into an interesting phenomenon where the grind size is varying a bit for no readily apparent reason, although I have my suspicions. And it may be that with the air classifying mill, when you have enough moisture in it, it causes it to clump into bigger pieces, which then get ground up more. I'm not sure, but I'm getting it. It's coming out pretty darn fine, which is great for recovery. Kind of sucks for the solid liquid separation thingy. So we will see how that works out, and I will do some testing. Right now, because snow is coming, winter is coming, so I'm trying to get as much. I'm focusing more on the more important things. I mean, it was down to 40 degrees this morning.
I was on the mountain yesterday morning, it was 28.
Yeah, so I have to start worrying about freezing.
So that side of the mountain is cold.
Yeah. I say so freezing becomes an issue. The stuff that I use to at least test the resin extraction, I'm going to have it so it's easily moved inside. Otherwise, it's going to go in everywhere. Hey, Smokin', how's it going?
Hey, Smokin'.
And so working on all that. And I just started the resin tests. Chris was hoping his little spot test would help give us a little more guidance, but we're having some issues with that. I can evaporate it down in the pond a whole lot quicker than I can in the tank. But yeah. So what I did, Chris, I haven't talked to Chris in a couple days. I took 500 cc's of solution, which is running almost an ounce to the ton. Put in 1 gram of resin, one of each of the 4 resins, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but last Monday, I believe you said all those resins were ready to use as they are, no pre-treatment necessary. So anyhow, so I just put 1 gram of each in 4 different samples, rolled them for an hour, took samples out, and they're at the lab now. We should get results midweek, Wednesday afternoon or Thursday. So that's the status there. And Lars, to keep the tanks from freezing, yeah, you could do that. Although I think if you just, I mean, there's so much mass there, and there's ground right there too and such, that until it really starts dropping for long periods of time, it's not a problem with the tank. The problem is the any plumbing that's running around. I have no idea how to do that, Chris. Anyhow, we'll get some preliminary results here. How do I condition them in my choice of ion? But anyhow. Okay. Well, let me know there, Chris. But anyhow, so I'm more worried about exterior plumbing, like I say, filter housings, where resin is going to be sitting, where it's surrounded by air. That would be much more vulnerable. And but I say everything seems to be going reasonably smoothly until winter comes and the ice king shows up and stuff. Now I had something really interesting happen to me yesterday, and Jim hasn't heard this story yet, but it was pretty cool. So I decided to take half a day off yesterday and go fishing. After church, I headed down to Hauser Dam, and my usual bait of choice, night crawlers on the bottom, wasn't getting anything. Okay, and I was right there at the tail race of the generators there. Out there on that little point that's sticking out. And I could see that there was one fish. Oh my God. I mean, it was that big. I don't know. It was red. I mean, it looked all the world like a salmon. I mean, red. So the guy said some of the big rainbows can get like that.
They can.
So I don't know, but anyhow, and it's just sitting there rolling, 20, 30 feet from me, and it was annoying the crap out of me. So I thought, well, I mean, these fish are feeding. They're not eating the night crawlers. So I tried flinging some lures and stuff. Got a couple bites on a Castmaster. They both came unhooked, but I hooked them. I had them for a little bit.
Somebody I know has been catching smalleyes down there.
Yeah, you guys could
You can get quite a few lately.
But anyhow, so I was switching lures and this and that. And, I managed to land 3 decent sized trout and possibly large. They got some kind of hybrids here that are really chunky. But anyhow, so after a while, I decided, okay, time to go home. Now, one of the problems with Hauser Dam is that in the evening, if you come back too soon, you're heading straight into the sun on Lincoln Road. Okay? And it's just directly in front of you, down low. So I went to it, but as I was coming over that dirt road, man, I just get sleepy. Wow, this sucks. So I thought, well, okay, what I'll do, I'll go over to the causeway and fish there for a little bit while I drink an energy drink, wait for the sun to go down, burp myself up a little bit. And so I went over there, and there was a guy fishing, and I chatted with him for a bit and everything. And the sun's now below the horizon. It's getting about ready for me to take off. And I was just starting to kind of pack up the gear just a little bit there. And this truck pulls up, a guy gets out, and he goes, "Keith Bowen!" And I'm like, who's this guy? I thought, somebody run into him. I said, yeah. And he says, man, I'm one of your viewers. I've been watching you for years. I really like it. And this, that, and by golly, he was just really excited. Gall dang it. That's right. He was real excited. So anyhow, turns out the guy actually lives out there. He's got a business. He says he has a shop he works in the wintertime, a fabric cobble and things. It really could come in handy. And he's got a mine somewhere where he's got a vein. It's yay wide, 2 or 3 feet wide. And it sounds like you only have one assay, but it was running 1.3 ounces per ton. Also had some platinum groups though, so I'm suspicious that it may or may not be an accurate assay. That's true. So, but I told him, I said, yeah, get in touch with me this winter when things are slow, and we'll do some testing and this and that. And he was just so thrilled. And I said, I got to call Eva so she doesn't worry because it's starting to get a little late. So, you want to talk to Eva? And he's like, yeah. So anyhow, that's the first time I've had a fan run into me. Okay, I've run into people before where say, yeah, I've seen your videos and this and that. That's the first time somebody's come up to me that I have no idea who they are and just go, Keith Bowen. That was getting famous. That was so cool. I say, and we may be able to do something useful too. So that was kind of an interesting thing. Seemed like a really nice guy. So how did your week go?
Tiring.
Oh, wine. I can up mountains, down the other side.
My backpack keeps getting heavier. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Yeah, gravitation.
Well, we went there for a couple weeks solid where every day we were climbing up and down, up and down, up and down, and identifying some new resources and some things that we're getting old enough where we really need a break. We need to take 1 or 2 days a week off from that.
You'll get about 4 or 5 months. You're short.
It's helping. I mean, I've taken a little bit of weight off, but we finally this weekend got a couple days off. We're going to go back tomorrow and do probably 2 or 3 more days. We're going to go look at a new area tomorrow, maybe to identify some things and grab some soil samples and stuff.
Yeah, that's the time you're in really kick-ass shape.
Right.
The snow will show.
Yeah, well,
yeah, and then you won't be able to do anything.
And maybe yet or something. Get out to hike.
Yeah, I ran into a hunter the other day. I forgot to ask what he was bow hunting for.
Oh, well, for deer.
Yeah, I say, but it's
It's
just
open yet.
I drove maybe 100 yards down the road after him, and 4 does took off. Did they shoot does here or not?
Yep, they've got it. When, yeah,
I know, but
bow hunting, I'm not sure. They might be able to take you to go. Usually it's size.
yeah, but I mean, they were well within rifle range of where he was at, and just they weren't visible.
Well, the only thing for rifle that's open right now is bear.
Good, many as they can get.
Yeah.
So anyhow, that was
Seen a
cool.
lot of grizzly bear activity in the area we were in, but we didn't luckily see any grizzly bears. That was a good thing, especially for the amount of time we were in the woods.
Yeah,
Luckily we didn't bump into any.
that's a good thing. I mean, actually, they weren't any to bump into, but oh well.
There seems to be quite a few of them.
Now bear.
So
Do not diss on your four-legged brethren.
I can do it. Oh, the guy who drilled out that rotor for the mill. Yeah, he's got a welding shop over here, and there was a welding helmet laying there, and inside was written "bear." That's like that's his nickname too. Anyhow, so for those of you who are may not have seen or whatever, I thought I'd show you a lighting stuff.
What it is, it's kind of reddish.
Yeah. All right, so
That's a little better.
we'll leave you that way. But anyhow, this is some of the ore material from Montana B. Not the best grade, just happened to be something I had on the front porch and I thought I'd show you. And the see if it shows it. See how dark that is, almost black, a little shiny. That's also, the penthouse structure seems to see the black, almost a blue color to it at times. So that's
more from the quartz or something, isn't it?
I don't think so. Well,
And silver.
the sample from Packrat Penthouse that we originally took had 33% iron.
Oh, okay, well, that'll do it. That'll give you a little bit of a.
Let's see what we got here. It's pretty soft. With some oxide coating of some kind. Yeah, I thought you might.
Adam, it's the gold. Or
Yeah. But anyhow, so
oh gosh,
not sure exactly how we're going to get the gold out of the EAR, as in Buddha Bear. A long time ago, she called me Buddha Bear, and then she just shortened it to Bear because, giving me my proper name was just too long, I guess. But anyhow, that's what work. One time we were at a restaurant where they actually have crayons and blank table
placemats.
placemats. And so Eva had actually done it looked kind of like a teddy bear, but it was sitting there with its legs folded and stuff. And the waitress
And we're in
came over,
Kuliak,
and we're here.
and I asked Bear what it was, and he had no idea. So the waitress comes walking over, and she takes one look and says, "Oh, it's a Buddha bear."
Okay.
So anyhow, a long time ago she had me, trying to learn how to meditate, things like that. I remember one time I was out there in my bathing suit, 38 degrees, light drizzle for 45 minutes. That was less than pleasant, but it was it because I was out there a lot longer than I thought I could be.
Yeah.
I wasn't even really shivering terribly when I got back in. Yeah. But the resin thing, I know everyone's wanting to see some gold. I'm also going to try some zinc precipitation And there's two ways. Number one is just, and Chris, if you're still watching, if I just add zinc to the solution, zinc dust, and then filter it quickly and rinse it, I should be able to precipitate a fair amount of the gold, I would think. Another possibility that I got some zinc granules on the way, 20 mesh. The idea is I'll take a piece of plastic tubing and fill it with the zinc granules and then pump or let the solution gravity flow through it so you get very, very good contact and see what happens. But I'm going to try that. Nothing, I'm just tired of not seeing any gold. It's annoying. But the resin, we're not sure what the best way in watching them to get it out of the resin is going to be. The normal way the big boys use, no, it's not a vacuum. The reason you use the vacuum on cyanide is because oxygen is critical to dissolving gold in a cyanide solution. By removing the oxygen from the solution, you can basically inactivate the cyanide without destroying it. And after you've done your filtration and your zinc and your second filtration, then you can just aerate the solution and it's back to normal. It's kind of cool. As far as I know, the oxygen is not nearly as critical on the biosulfate solutions, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to try it. What the hell? But with the resin, the normal way the big boys would do it is they would absorb the gold onto the resin, then they put it in conditions which would drive the gold off of the resin, and then electrolytically deposit it or something like that. And yes, sir, Mr. President.
Yeah, he retracted it. He's going to rewrite it.
But anyhow, so that would be the way they do it, because in the long run, it's the most efficient, cost efficient. However, when you're dealing on a micro scale, sometimes the efficiency calculation changes a lot. First of all, capital expenditure. If a big mine can spend $5 million to save $10 million over 10 years, it makes sense. When you're dealing with these small projects, spending money is something to say, okay, well, how much am I going to have to amortize that against? And compared to something else, for example, it's possible we can just ash the resin, get rid of it, so to speak, and then flux and smelt the residue. The advantage to that is it's real simple, and especially when you've got just a couple of guys or something like that, simplicity is highly desirable. So, we will see what the initial tests do. My estimates were that about 3.4 grams of resin would absorb all the gold in solution in that sample if it loaded to a level of 1 gram per pound of resin, 1 gram of gold per pound of resin. This, I think, will get me in the ballpark. If it's not even getting a gram per pound, that starts getting such a low loading factor that it's not useful. We're going to need a lot of resin to make this thing happen. So the other thing is, I didn't want to come back with 4 samples where all 4 samples said 0, 0, 0, 0. Doesn't get me a lot of comparison there. That's correct. 1 gram of gold per pound of resin is, at that loading factor, that should have recovered basically all the gold in the 500 milliliters of solution into 1 gram of resin, which is what I added. 3.4 grams of resin. So I added 1 because I don't want to get all the gold out of all the solution. Now, if they do, that means they're loading in excess of 3 grams per pound. So we're in the range, definitely. But then I'll have to do something like put it in there, run it for 5 minutes, and take a sample real quick, that sort of thing. And then another thing you can do to save money, let's say you have 4 different samples. Okay. So you take a sample, you put it in there, and you take a sample at 5, 10, 20, 40 minutes. Right? But you only take the first sample to the lab. So you take those first 5-minute samples to the lab, run those. There's $100 out of pocket. Right. And then you see, is one showing, extraordinary promise?
Right.
If so, that's the one you run the second set of samples. Right. And then you just dump the others. And I can wash these tubes out and use a little gasoline on a rag and clean the label off, and they're ready to go again.
Right.
So that's what we're looking at doing, and I will have some numbers by midweek. So we will see what we will see when it comes to how these particular resins. Now, Chris selected these particular resins because they're common and inexpensive. These are standard water treatment type resins. As such, they're easy to get and they're cheap. Now, under normal circumstances, the easy to get isn't necessarily as critical as it is now. But something that's real common right now might be really critical too. But because the resins that they use commercially to extract the gold, first of all, they're going to be much coarser than that. Okay, because they need to be able to sieve them out of pulp, and they're doing like resin and pulp or whatever.
Yeah.
Which means they have less surface area, which means they're, apples to apples, less effective than they would be if they were ground finer. So because of that, they're less generally usable, and anything that has a specialized thing is going to cost you more and potentially be harder to find, especially right now when you can't even find semi-truck tires. When you can't find tires, trying to find specialized resins may be a bit of a stretch. Could very well be. So, common materials have a drastic advantage in some ways over something that's more precise but less common. So that's what we're going to try and do. These are also relatively cheap. I think Chris said somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 a pound. The byproduct of the resin test is loaded resin and barren solution. That's it. Theoretically. All the samples are still just sitting out there. And they've been sitting there for a couple days. They'll be sitting there for more days. So if we have, again, a good candidate, saying, candidate A is, took 3 times as much up, and then I can go and get the candidate A jar and see, okay, what is it now? And that's it. The byproduct is basically just solution that's had gold removed from it and resin that's got gold added to it. That's it. Once you've got that loaded resin, then you remove it from the circuit, the leaching area, and move it to a recovery area. The big boys would use what they call a desorption. It's adsorption onto the resin, and desorption is getting it off the resin. But to desorb the resin, you have to change the chemistry. Often you have to change the temperature. Sometimes you have to put it, temperatures that are under pressure, like a pressure cooker. And then you wind up with a solution which you still have to get the gold out of that solution. It's just much more concentrated. For example, if let's say these resins actually absorbed all the gold, I took the gold in 500 grams of solution and put it in 1 gram of resin. Now the math on that's pretty simple. It's 500 times as concentrated, which allows you to do a lot of things that, wouldn't make sense to do on the regular system. We tried basically going direct electrowinning on the leach solution because that just eliminates a lot of steps. Not concentrated enough, didn't work. So I say that's kind of what we're trying to do here. And to a certain extent, this is, if not shooting in the dark, we're kind of shooting in shadows, figuring sooner or later you're going to hit something. We're not sure what these resins are going to do, how they're going to perform, exactly how to use them to optimum advantage, or even if they will work, are feasible at all.
Right. We don't know that yet, but hopefully that's where you're heading.
That's what we're doing. And in the meantime, once I get the big agitation tank, I'll be getting like 120 gallons of solution a day. Is what I can do. So if we're doing 1,000 pounds of ore, it'll be 240 gallons of solution a day, and that means that all I need is 10 gallons per hour of adsorption capability. Now, 10 gallons an hour is not a whole lot of flow rate.
That's not much.
So I use like a real small submersible pump. Again, one advantage of submersible pumps here, they don't freeze up. If they're surrounded by a solution, they're not moving. They're not going to freeze up as easily. And then when you're done, you just pull them out of solution, they automatically dewater themselves.
Right.
So they're a lot more freeze resistant than a regular pump that you have to, carefully empty the housing and such in order to make sure that it doesn't freeze up on you. But anyhow, so that's what I'm doing there. I still got a little bit of landscaping to do on that work at, and what I'm planning now is you got this flat ground, and you're going to be dumping ore on it. That stuff there will generally be jaw crushed by the time it gets there, because my jaw crusher is where I can get to with a pickup, and then I just wheel a barrel of stuff and dump it. But what would you put on the ground to separate the ore from the ground to make it easy to clean up efficiently? That came up with a really good idea. Let's see if you come up with it too. You can use plywood. How much a sheet?
Well, it's compound a bit now. I don't know, an old truck box.
Use carpet.
Yeah, that would work.
Cost is zero.
Yeah, and easy to shovel on.
Easy to shovel on. Easy to just lay on whatever is there.
Yeah.
It's a lot tougher than a tarp.
Yeah.
With plastic tarps, which is something that is easily damaged. That's what I'm using right now because I have an old one there. I just use it for that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my idea. Adam, this particular leaching solution should be fairly resistant to the Craig robbing aspects of black shale. The carbon in the shale is pretty good at taking gold from a cyanide solution, but the thiosulfate solution, the thio complex, is not nearly as attractive to the carbon, and that's why at the Gold Strike mine in Nevada, they actually use the thiosulfate leaching because the pressure oxidation process they were using to not only break down pyritic ore, ore with sulfides, but also to break down the carbonaceous ores had a certain throughput restriction. They found out, well, as long as you didn't have the sulfides, if all you had was carbon and Craig robbing was a problem, you could just run it in a thiosulfate circuit. And so they increased their throughput that way. They had a lot of ore stockpiled at the time they decided to start doing this.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But anyhow, so that's my plan. We know some people that have both, home repair businesses, and also some guy that picks up trash, etc. So shouldn't be too long until we get some carpet.
Yeah, that makes sense. It'll hold together for a while.
This week, tomorrow, I should be buying the steel to make the first 20 feet of ladder track for the decline, and I'll start welding that together and getting it ready to go. And well, we got to do something while we're waiting.
Yeah.
Got lots
Yeah,
to do.
filling every day.
And then we'll probably head out to the mine again and gather some more ore from surface.
It
And
looks like even by the weekend, it's starting to go the other way.
I hate it, man. Shut up. Just shut
Yeah,
up.
I know.
All this negativity.
Well, I'm not being negative. It could be, we could get some decent weather yet for a while, but you never know.
Actually, I'm less worried about
Well, you're in October now, so
yeah, I'm less worried about snow than just hard freezing.
yeah, what you're doing.
Because with the snow, I mean, if it really does snow a lot, just don't go there until it melts. It'll probably melt. Any big snow that happens now will probably melt. You know, it's unlikely to just
Yeah,
stay
for
there.
as warm as it's been, the ground is pretty warm.
Yeah.
The sun is warm, so there's a good chance.
Yeah. You know, it would take a hell of a snowstorm to lock us in for the winter at this point.
Well, it can change though. That's unfortunate.
You know, you
Remember-
Montanans are just full of
Well,
bad things.
I don't know what, it was probably 5 or 6 years ago up there on the mountain now. We went from 45 degrees at night in the light rain.
Yeah.
In the morning, it was 34 below.
34 below. That would be like negative temperature.
Yeah, very negative. It was like,
Oh.
holy crap.
No wonder you guys are so negative.
I mean, so,
It's the temperature.
overnight, it went from one, Canadian front came down and it went from one extreme to a completely
Yeah, but
different.
how long would it stay that way before it got back to
Actually, I packed up all my crap because I was already closing
Yeah.
the mine up, got in my truck and drove all the way back to Minnesota, and the highest temperature I've seen was 19 below
Yeah.
for 17 hours of driving. So it was all the way from here, all the way across the northern part of
Here.
the country.
Well, I see why you didn't divert to the south. I think
No,
a lot
I
of
was
miles
going to
for
stay
not
a
much
few
better.
more days and do a few things, but when I got up in the morning and it was that cold, I'm like, I am out of here.
See ya.
Yeah, packed up and started driving.
So anyhow, I say I'd like to. I think there's a pretty good chance I'll be running ladder track and timbering and stuff in that middle decline and get it whipped into shape. I'd like to have it timbered and the ladder track started,
Mounted in there.
yeah, and get it
How far down in do you have to go?
before I'm hitting one.
Yeah.
15 feet maybe. So yeah, taking about a foot to 16-inch slice off of the bottom and putting in the ladder track. The thing is, I don't even need to get the generator up on the side of the mountain. I just need to get it at the end of the dozer road. Because I have 100 feet of extension cord, and then there's like another 6 or 8 feet on the hill feet. So, and it's 81 feet from the support up there by the decline down to the support by the landing pad. So I'll have plenty of cord for this winter. You know, I won't need to worry about that till spring. But yeah, I'd like to get it all established so we're ready to start mining, and then we can just keep going. But we've got some stuff to clean up there in the way. And when does they allow you to start having fires again? Anyhow, it's going to have to precipitate a fair amount, huh?
Well, like on the west side, they lifted the restrictions, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or something, a month ago. But they've also had quite a bit more moisture, 10 miles west of here.
Yeah.
Versus here. Yeah. And now it's been so dry. I mean, today, I don't know if we get 80, but they were saying we could hit a record of 83. And it was pretty warm here this afternoon. I know that I was up splitting wood trying to get that done.
Because as long as it's not snowed in up there, my thought is that we've got an enormous amount of wood laying around. Some of it's usable, a lot of it isn't.
Yeah.
And my thought is, well, the unusable wood you can use to fire to warm yourself up and stuff up there, and that'll
I
also
would
get rid
think
of the
once
wood.
we get moisture, that wouldn't, that pretty much the restriction will come off, whether that's snow or good rain. It'll probably be snow, being it's this time of the year, then, wouldn't it? Which will, like you say, it'll melt in a few days because the ground's warm.
Yeah.
And then after that, you should be all right, more than likely.
That's my thought. Is just take this nasty scrap. I mean, we got stuff like 3/4 inch wood that's been sitting in the weather forever, so it weighs like almost nothing.
It's light, but
It'll
it's hard.
It'll go poof.
Yeah.
And that'll get rid of it and clean up the area.
And if a little contained fire,
Yeah.
isn't, having you make a little ring out of some rocks or something, keep it contained, and that's more of a recreational fire than it is just burning wood.
Yeah. We wouldn't be just lighting the whole pile on fire anymore. We got a lot of wood there to burn. So I was thinking that as long as we're not snowed in, if it's just cold that we're dealing with, then we could have a fire up there. Well, but when you're properly dressed and working your ass off, it's hard to get cold.
Yeah, when you're actually doing something.
Yeah, it's when you're just sitting around.
You're waiting to pull up the next bucket or something. Yeah, it's going to be nice.
Yeah, if he was up on surface, waiting to turn the winch on or whatever. Yeah. And I was thinking too that because whenever we're hauling stuff up out of there, we probably we're going to need 110 volts for the Hilti. So my thought is we should probably get a small 110 volt winch for the head frame because you're always going to be having under. If you wanted a 12 volt winch, well now you got to haul a battery and everything else up there.
You got to keep it charged somehow.
Yeah. And it seemed to me that in that case the best thing is
110 makes sense.
yeah, because I think you can get one over at Hi Cherokee, how's it going? Are you going to be around for Eva's tinfoil hat report, or do you need to see her now? But say to me, it seemed like the simplest thing to do. They're smaller and lighter because, of course, you got more voltage, so you need less in the way of windings. I think you can get one over at Harbor Freight for $100.
Maybe pretty reasonable.
Yeah, pretty cheap.
You don't need a big winch.
Now the most we're lifting is basically 4 buckets in the carriage. They're looking 250-pound pole. None of them are that low. They're all like at least 1,000 or 1,500 pounds. Yeah, that's okay, Chris. I don't know what you meant by pre-treating to select ion or something like ion preference. Not sure what you meant by that. But anyhow, so when I get the results back, I'll give you a call and we'll chat about it. But as I was thinking 110. The other thing I can do is usually you have these winches and they'll have a cable X size. And then typically on a small winch like that, it's only going to have like 35, 40 feet of cable.
Correct.
But I can go to like an aircraft cable, it's much smaller.
A lot more.
You get a lot more on it that way. That was my thought. Hoping to catch a glimpse of it. But anyhow, so that was my thought there. Initially, it's not a problem. As a matter of
The further you go down, the more cable you need.
but then when we need to upgrade the distance, and go ahead and just go to a smaller cable, and that'll give you the reach. What would that do specifically, Chris? I understand the does it basically give it more capacity or more selectivity or what? Chris? But I'd like to have all that done so that, say, come spring, we could just go out there and mine.
Right.
And even this fall, even if we can't, okay, I understand what you're saying. And So even if we can't run the mill, that doesn't mean we can't stockpile ore.
Definitely. No, that's the thing about your, if you can have the capability of mining in the winter, you can mine. It's processing like, that's the situation you've got. Is you need decent enough weather not to have everything frozen up and plugged up.
Well, I mean,
process.
in terms of access, we could have got there, mid-April easily this spring.
Some places you can.
This I'm talking, Montana Beach.
No.
And so you can theoretically stockpile and things like that.
Yeah, get a jump on the mining and piling ore, and then go to your process.
And then we can do laboratory testing. We can get any equipment built, or I could see wanting to build another mill, kind of like what we did for Jimmy.
Yeah.
For example, bigger than what I've got. I mean, Jimmy's mill was doing twice what mine is.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I also have some for anyone in Arizona who may be coming up this direction and wants some gas money. If you got a trailer or a pickup truck, we can throw some mining equipment in. I got some stuff in Arizona I would really like to have up here. Tom, who's staying in the house we were at in Tucson, he's looking for another place to stay. I don't know if he's going to find it in today's market. Hard to tell.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, he wants to be able to move out of there sometime. So we got a lot of stuff. And most of it's just going to stay. I mean, we got, I don't know. What do you think? 1,000 books or more down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't really need the book.
Yeah. But I could, but it'd be pretty expensive, Cherokee. I'd say if someone was coming this way, it would make sense. The mining equipment is important, but what? Here, Johannesburg there. Wouldn't be too far out of the way. A couple 100 miles. I don't know. But yeah, it wouldn't be too far out of the way. Because what I'm thinking of doing is this weekend, my brother's going over to Tucson to help Tom do the Grant County Fair. And if he's got I know he used to have a big flatbed, but I mean, he's just got a cargo trailer or a flatbed he could use. He could pick up my mining stuff, take it back to his place in Yuma, and then it wouldn't matter what happens to the house there. The critical state. I've got an action mining impact mill that I don't want anymore, but worth something. And Randy doesn't have an impact mill. I've got that triple thread hydromatic, which again I've superseded with mine,
Right.
but
Still usable.
still perfectly usable.
Yeah.
So he can have that. And then I've got my roadway table, and I've got a hopper that holds over 2 buckets of ore when it aerates right before the feeder. Just dial it up, down, and that would make it nice because I could just turn the feeder on, especially when I got that big agitation tank where I don't have to constantly be taking buckets off of the mill.
Right.
And I can just put 100 pounds in there, turn it on, come back in a half an hour. Or when I'm walking by, throw another bucket. Just let it run. And the only thing that would stop me would be gas. I have to stop occasionally to refuel. This week I ran, if I'm not mistaken, 350 pounds of ore on 1 tank of gas. About 2 hours. That's not too bad.
Not at all.
So anyhow, if we get it to Randy's house, then I know, it's going to be there. And I don't need to worry about it. I mean, there's stuff. One thing, years ago, I made a bed. And it's a queen size bed with 4-poster with awning over it. custom headboard and stuff, compartments in the mirror, and all kinds of stuff. Made it from redwood, mostly from Home Depot. The headboard, on the other hand, I had to go to Grant Road Lumber because I needed, 12-inch wide planks of redwood. You ain't getting that at Home Depot, and then had it milled, custom milled sizes I needed. And then I finished it varnish and orbital sanding to a mirror finish, the whole thing. It's really nice, but got no place for it here. It's a lot of work. It's like, sell it, Tom. Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate. Americans get too attached to their stuff.
Oh yeah.
And it turns out the stuff runs their lives instead of them using their stuff,
Yeah, you become a victim of your own stuff.
Yeah, and that's just,
I mean, if you don't believe that, look around at all the mini storages.
exactly.
They're all full of stuff that if you sold it and saved the money that you spent all year on the mini storage rent, you could buy new stuff.
Exactly, when you needed it.
Yeah, when you needed it.
You go to Harbor Freight, buy it when you need it, and then throw it away.
A friend of mine, he used to call me and have me clean out mini storages for him. And it's just like, why would they pay for 3 years on this? Why did they keep this?
Well, they didn't. They paid for a month,
And then another month, and then another one, and 3 years later, they're still paying.
Yeah.
Or they quit paying and
Yeah,
walked away.
It's an interesting psychology because
It's weird. It is. It's funny.
I've got $1,000 worth of stuff, and I only got to pay $30 to keep it.
Exactly.
But then by the time you get to the end, it's cost a lot more. Yeah. I had a friend who was in the military, and he said he had a system where whenever he moved, he'd pack everything in boxes, write down on the outside what's in it, and the date it was packed. And then when he got to where he was going, he would unpack boxes as needed.
Mm-hmm.
If he needed some of those around, find it, open it up, etc., and then write that date on it. And so when he moved to the next duty station, there'd be boxes that had never been unpacked. He says, and what he'd do is he'd look at those dates, and if the date was over 3 years old, it stayed. So if I didn't need it in the last 3 years,
I don't need it.
Yep.
Yeah, Chris, that's like it.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, it's pretty fun. But yes, I have some stuff over there I really want. I've got some electroplating power supplies, a couple of large electroplating cells, large for what we're using. I've got
It's amazing.
a vibratory feeder.
What amounts to what?
Well, it's stuff like that triple thread hydromatic. Well, the hydromatic it didn't work, I modified. And then I took those principles and built that new trip concentrator.
Yeah.
And as you can see, it's a lot more compact and more, and easy to move around. And
Yeah,
stuff.
more affordable.
And so I now superseded that. I don't need it anymore. That action mining impact mill. First of all, we were told by Action Mining that the rated capacity was 1,000 pounds an hour.
Of clean bleach sand, maybe.
Well, I'm grinding it. And so, but it taught me the principles I needed to understand where I could build my own impact mill. Now it's, yeah, True Seeker. And I put it up an hour early, too.
He was here an hour early, too, wasn't he? Didn't he come on?
Somebody else.
I think Truth Seeker was up there an hour early.
No, let's go see.
We
can
can
do
do the
that.
first ones that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were there early.
Huh.
Wow.
I noticed that with my phone, no Truth Seeker. It came up later after we're already into it. So.
But anyhow, also if anyone in the southern Arizona area wants to buy a triple thread hydromatic or an action mining impact mill, let me know. But anyhow, so I say they fulfilled their purpose and been superseded by better stuff.
Right.
We all do that. So there's
I got some stuff I should probably do the same thing, sort through, because there's stuff that I probably will never use myself again.
I'll say, Randy wants it, that'll be great.
Yeah.
Because then he'll have the stuff to do things.
Well, I
All he
always
needs
kept
is jaw
some
pressure.
stuff thinking if we ever had a second location or somewhere where we may be testing off of the main
Yeah.
place or something, then maybe it would come in handy. But at a certain level, you've got too many trailers full of stuff, you know? Because I'd get another enclosed trailer, another horse trailer, and then start putting stuff in that, and buy another one. You know, because that way it's all portable. It's easy to hook a pickup to it or the
Yeah.
1-ton and move it to another location. But eventually you end up with a whole bunch of trailers full of stuff that now you're not even sure after a while
What the
what's
heck is
in there.
that one?
Yeah, what did I put in there? Where did I put that? You know, whatever you're looking for.
Inevitably,
So
you
it's
start
yeah,
piling stuff in
You know.
there because, well, I got this
there's a
trailer.
room. Yeah, there's a room. Yeah,
And now you're like, where the heck is that pump?
I know it's in here somewhere. Now you got to unload
It's in
the
one
whole
of these
trailer.
trailers.
Yeah, you got to unload everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's, I don't know, as you go, especially over all the years I've been doing it, I mean, I have extra engines, I have extra engine parts, belts, hoses, hydraulic stuff, you know, fittings. Well, you keep finding places to organize it to what it is, which, you know, there's a box that says what it is or a toolbox that says what it is. Now you got to go find it.
Yeah, that works pretty well, Chris. The other thing I found in my senility is if you knew you just had it, look around. If you can't find, don't worry about it. You'll run into it.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
bite you.
Yeah.
Or like you say, go buy a new one, and the minute you get home, you'll find the one you were looking for. It'll be right there.
Or it's in your pocket.
Yeah, it'll be right in front of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, I don't know how many times. I remember one time I used to be a little more hot-headed than I am anymore, but I was in the shop and I was looking for a pair of pliers.
Uh-huh.
And I know I've got pliers. I mean, I've bought hundreds of pairs of them probably over the last 40 years. And I couldn't find one, so I got in my truck. I was pissed off. I got in my truck. I drive to the coast to coast, and I bought every pair of pliers it had. And I walked back into the shop, and I threw
You're
a pair on
tripping
the
over it.
bench. I threw a pair on the bench and a pair over there and a pair in the truck. And I started, and the guys that were working for me were looking at me like I was over the edge. And I'm like, there's always been pliers around here, different sized ones, even big ones. And I'm like, where the hell are they all?
Well, that's why I've got
Then
so
you
many,
open a drawer somewhere and there's a whole drawer full.
that's why I've got so many pans and so many loops.
Yeah, right.
That way there's always one there. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I came back with a whole box full of pliers.
Yeah. What I really hate is when you're looking for something, and I mean you're really looking for it,
That's right there.
and then you come and it's sitting right there in the middle of the workbench.
You were looking
all by
over it and
yourself.
behind it and next to it.
Where are those pliers? Yeah, that kind of thing. It is just so
That's just how it
annoying.
works.
Yeah, it's crazy. And my eyes, first of all, my left eye's always been kind of bad. You know, I don't even really use it. My right eye, I'm starting to get a little bit of a cataract.
Oh.
That's maintenance for this one.
So,
You know?
yeah.
But you have this resolution issue. For example, that says great, the value I can't quite read.
Okay.
Cocktail peanuts, and then there's something beneath it, which I presume is the weight. I can't read. Now,
It's seasoned with sea salt, it says underneath.
see, that is a little over arm's length. But anyhow, so that also makes it hard because your pattern recognition depends a lot on your detail. Yeah, Chris, pretty much. But anyhow, so that's made it worse. So hopefully they'll get this eye all fixed up, and then I got the hernia surgery is also the maintenance for this one. Yeah, it's not causing any problems now, but again, that's what you got off season to do maintenance for.
Yeah. Recovery. Yeah.
Well, and get Eva fixed up. We did look in her mouth. It doesn't look that bizarre, but it does look like it's healing okay. At least the tongue is easier to see. I mean, you can see it's a little weird on the one side, but it looks like a tongue. You know, we really weren't sure what we were going to see when we looked in there, but yeah. So That's a good thing. That was kind of scary. What is in there? Yeah, I got maintenance. By the time I'm ready to get the hernia fixed, Eva will be up and running to where she can drive me around and this and that. And I was surprised it wasn't hard at all to climb those steps when they did the gallbladder surgery. That wasn't bad, you know. But I'm not so sure on the hernia surgery. We shall see what we shall see.
Maybe a little more.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not.
At least for a couple.
Don't have the need to pick up anything for a while, you know. Right now, that's not the case. I got a lot of stuff I got to do. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else in particular. Does anyone have any questions? I don't think there's a way to see it. You know, it'd be nice to see a list of people who were there as participants. Let's try this. Chris, Hard Rock, Cherokee. Well, that's not a very big list of participants. It says 12 over there. That's kind of weird. What else is there? Pop out chat, local timestamp. No. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to go to a list and see actually who's watching. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
It's YouTube.
Getting them to participate. Then we
Yeah.
get there.
Well, we've got a lot more than that participate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
like just the last 2 or 3 is
All
all.
a few that dropped down here.
There's a no. That's the entire list. Chris, okay, David V. I bet you he just did something there. So let's see. Yep, see David Villa.
In here.
Yeah. Okay, Douglas wants to know about staking load and placer, specifically overstaking load on a placer.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I did come up with a slight subject tonight. I thought we'd talk about adjudicated claims.
There you go.
And you know a little about this too, so I want your participation as well.
Oh man, I gotta participate. I hate it when a guy asks me to participate.
Well,
Looks good.
just to make, whoops. Yeah.
Not that ahead.
Yeah, not that ahead. Is that too much?
That's about right. I mean, that's about all you can get.
Yeah. Anyway, let's see how this goes. But I guess if you have a specific question, Douglas, just go ahead and ask it. But if you, let's just say you find a placer that you're looking at and you stake it, and it has the possibility of load, you basically want to double stake that. You're going to pay twice for the same claim, but you definitely want to have that option covered if you think it could turn into a load environment.
Well, one thing I found too is that they really want you to stake those placer claims according to the cadastral survey,
Mm-hmm.
and not only just north, south, east, west, but I mean lined up with the
Section corner,
over 16th, the aliquots,
Right.
the northeast of the southeast.
They do. I mean, you can do placer. You can still do just meets and bounds, which could be following the drainage somewhat, because placer claims have to have mineral within every 10 acres of a 20-acre claim.
Mm-hmm.
If there's 10 acres of that doesn't actually show as placer, or they don't believe it's placer, you may have a 10-acre claim.
Mm-hmm.
And some of that they'll just literally lob it out of there.
Yeah.
So, and they have the right to adjudicate those claims. So,
Let me come past you here a minute. I got a
But,
audio
you know-
visual aid.
okay,
Go ahead.
but as you try to identify, and I know a lot of guys have asked me, Jim, when you stake multiple claims, how do you what form of discovery are you using? And while there is such a thing as mineral in character, which is geological inference. If the properties and the type of rock are similar, I don't necessarily have to have a hole dug on each of these claims in order to claim it. I can use geological inference. The other thing that's changed that we did not have in the past is we are using satellite. We're using a lot more magnetics, soil sampling. So you're using a lot of non-destructive means to identify an area that could be mineralized. Where in the old days, the only way they had of figuring out if it was mineralized is dig a hole. Find rock that says, yes, there's mineral here. That's worth mining possibly.
Okay. What I'm talking about here is a little form I made up. And this would be a square mile. And, first is broken into quarters, and then each quarter is broken into quarters. So this would be the northeast quarter of the northeast quarter. That's how it would be listed. But they want you, if at all possible, to make your placer claim 2 of these like that or that, not like this one and that one. That doesn't make them very happy at all. If you go with a 40-acre claim, you can do like this, or do it here. But they want you to try and keep the boundaries along these lines here in a normal placer claim.
And that's hard to do.
And that's hard to do. And it also doesn't necessarily meet up with your load claim. So when you stake your load claim, you're doing it according to the structure.
Ideally, yes.
In your case where you're doing an area, then it's not that big a deal.
No.
But in the case of a normal situation where you got like a vein and you put one claim on it, well, it's going to be lined up with the vein.
And ideally, yes.
And that's not likely to match that at all. So if you're going to do a placer and the load, sometimes they're going to have entirely different boundaries too.
That still has a little bit of a light right there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that M&M claim that I did, it actually, one was oriented 45 degrees to the cadastral survey, the load claim, and then the other was 90 degrees. It was set up.
Well, in some of the things that I've been doing, and that we're going into an area and maybe staking multiple claims. And in this case, let's just say there's already somebody's claim there. Well, BLM will adjudicate what is mine and what is still theirs, even though I blanket claimed over the top of their claim. So when they look at how I claimed it versus somebody else's claim in there, this guy still has the first right, as long as he's kept his paperwork up and all his corners are there and he does his assessment work every year.
That's assuming it's the same type of claim.
It could, yeah, right. If this was a placer and this is load, the load goes through, correct. Then I would have everything. There's no adjudication in it. If I'm claiming the loads and he's got a placer there, it doesn't mean anything to me. And it doesn't mean anything to him really either. Ideally, as far as I'm concerned, having the loads though, I really don't want somebody to come in and start putting placer claims on top of my loads either.
They can't really do that because they got to get a sample. They have to have a discovery, and they can't disturb the surface.
That's where you get into this though. You got geological inference. And if you've got the rock type right and everything else, you don't necessarily have to have a sample. You can go into adjoining land somewhere here and say, hey, there's mineral here, there's mineral here. And that could be enough to actually file a claim.
Well, that's good for load, but is that good for plaster?
Yeah, it could very well be. As long as the geological characteristics are the same.
Like you have a drainage.
Right, you have a drainage or you have a alluvial fan area or something that would say, yeah, that rock and gravel got caught up right there.
Yeah.
Okay. In this case, they may adjudicate if this were the same types of claims, they may adjudicate this little triangle as a completely separate claim, possibly, even though it's laid out correctly. 600 by
By the way,
1500.
you realize that has changed. Because in the old days, you had the load claim, you could not overstate the
Take away
plaza
plaza.
claim.
Well, see, Montana, if you talk to BLM here, they don't care. They'll take your money.
But I mean, that's
Right.
I say it used to be pretty clear. Now they're saying, well,
Yeah, right. In every state, that's the other thing. It's BLM in every state, or the district, person in charge, supervisor, could have a difference of opinion on certain parts of this. Because even the staking requirements from state to state are completely different. I mean, some states will let you use 1-inch PVC pipe to call it a corner. Here they will not. It has to be a 4x4 or an 8-inch tree or a 3-foot high rock cairn.
Yeah.
And that's it. As far as that's Montana law, and it's in the federal rules here in Montana.
Yeah.
So every state has different staking requirements as to what can be done. So I thought I would just kind of bring that up, that they will adjudicate claims as far as if somebody has the first right or has an active claim. They'll cut out the areas that are yours and make sure that you understand the differences. And like Keith said, now they kind of want you to start doing it according to regular surveying, ideally.
Do you have any idea what's going on there?
I have no idea.
Okay, and that's what I was thinking, Chris. It looks like something like that. I don't see as they're adding anything to the conversation. Go ahead and knock them off. Yep. That looks like something, either spam or something, but yeah, go ahead and get rid of that.
Going nowhere.
Yep. So, either you or Mr. Lodak, take them out.
Go for it.
I don't know how, but
Lodak got it.
anyhow. Thank you.
Yeah.
That was weird. First time I've seen that.
So if anybody has any questions on, claim stuff, it's a good time probably to talk about it, because this has been something that we've talked about a little bit here in the past.
And for example, if this guy here, let's suppose these corners were actually on his claim and not just on the boundary as you've got shown here.
Right.
He can't keep you from putting your stakes in.
No, you can't.
Not
Not on a mineral claim. If it's a patent, you cannot go onto private land to put an odd corner in. So you could put this corner in and this corner and show it that that's how you stake it. The BLM will adjudicate it back to just this line and the patent, because it's private land. Unless it's only a placer patent. See, and that was the question. That's the thing that I brought up, and where some of the questions actually came from, is if it was originally patented strictly as a placer patent, they don't own the load under it.
Well, here's another question. If this is patented claim, private,
Yep.
but it's just a plaster patent, then we go out there, can they mark that no trespassing?
Yes, they can, because it's a patent.
Yeah. If they do the no trespassing, whatever the legal
Right.
thing is in this state, in Arizona, I think you have to have a sign every 200 feet or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know what mine has something like that also.
Yeah,
But ideally, if we know it's a patent, usually we'll just put in the alternate, the corners that we need, and show the map, and then BLM will just adjudicate it to this many acres, whatever, on the claim.
Yeah.
And no questions, guys? Come on.
That's standard. It's probably a thought. But anyhow, yeah, this is one of the things that, and mining law is very complicated, because not only is it a weird law, things like apex rule, I might as well do that while we're here.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting
But it also varies
regulations.
from state to state. So there is no one mining law for the United States.
Which is as it should be.
Yeah.
That's constitutional.
Well, Chris, that's where it gets into some interesting stuff, because some patents were only patented as a placer patent. And then the patent will say on it, if you can get a hold of the original title, property deed. And if that's the case, what they patented was the surface gravels. That's it.
Yeah.
So they do not own the load.
Yeah.
Yeah, if there was a load claim on the side of the hill and the guy put the placer and patented the placer, you're right. That he couldn't claim the load because somebody already had it. But there is patents, and we've seen a couple of them here in Montana that were strictly placer.
Yeah, because I mean, it says
And
on the record,
unbeknownst to the landowner, he does not own the load.
yeah, so you can have like the judge load will be the actual name of the patent, something like that. It'll be there whether it's load or
So
plastic.
some of them are just a mineral patent that covers everything. So depending on when the patent was done and signed off on, you got to research that stuff. If it becomes a question because you're in the area or whatever that you're looking at, an area there, you need to know who owns the mineral rights. Where does this stand?
So this,
Ideally we try to stay away from private land if we can, unless it's something that we're going to lease it. If we're going to lease it or, do something like that, then we have to know who has, where do the mineral rights stand.
well, Chris brought up a term, and that's extralateral rights, which has to do with the apex load.
Right, with the load.
Let's say, folks, this is your load claim here. Okay, that's the surface of the ground, and here is your vein. Now, as you start mining down from that surface outcrop, you'll see pretty soon that vein goes out from underneath the vertical line underneath the claim boundary.
Right, down here you're getting
This is one of the reasons that mining law is different. It doesn't matter that load is now on somebody else's claim or unclaimed ground. As long as you're going directly downhill from the outcrop,
mining.
that is yours to the center of the earth. Even if it goes, a mile off to the side or whatever.
Right, it could go a long ways off.
Now, if the claim was like this, okay, then your extralateral rights would be towards the camera, not to the sides. See how that on that one side, the side of the paper and the side of the clipboard are the same? That would be the boundary of your claim in that direction. Along dip, you go to wherever. Along strike, it ends at the boundary. Okay? So you have this, in this case, it's 600 foot. You'd have a 600 foot wide strip running down this way that you own, but it could go a mile or two down. It doesn't matter. There's
Right.
no limit to that.
You can't go this way.
You can't go that way or this way.
Without claiming
Exactly.
another claim.
And believe me, this has wound up in more than one
Oh,
courtroom over time.
just the book on mining law is unbelievable. It's amazing how much stuff has been challenged, even way back in the 1800s, as to who owned what and how, and that really set the precedent for most of it.
The courts have now ruled that unpatented claims are either load or placer, and one does not protect the other from staking.
Well, and that's kind of how they look at it here, Doug, in Montana. So, it's one of those deals where when we're doing multiple claims in an area, that's something we kind of been considering now is do we put patent placer claim, put placer claims into with our loads on certain areas or drainages, just to keep somebody else from being in the middle mucking things up.
Well, especially as you're not allowed basically to disturb their surface rights when they've got that claim.
Right.
So yeah, if you wanted a big pit, they've got a little strip of plaster in there, you're now going to have to buy them out.
Right. So,
or mine underneath them.
That's something that's kind of come to light on some bigger jobs that we've been looking at, bigger mines that we're working on, that we have to kind of pay attention to how that could affect us. Because even if they have a permit and they do something wrong, how could that be thrown back on us for our reclamation bonds and stuff? So, when it gets to the little pieces there of the puzzle, you don't want somebody in there on top of you, ideally.
Well, and the other possibility in a case like that would be, let's suppose you staked over a mountain, and there's no placer there, okay? So somebody stakes a placer claim, trying to basically force you to pay them off or whatever.
Right.
Another thing you do, you can take them to court and challenge the validity of the placer claim.
Exactly.
And you can get it basically declared invalid if the situation is such that you can do so.
Right.
And that's another
like how did
potential way
they
of
get their discovery?
Well, you can make them prove discovery.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is to actually prove it.
What depth is figuring surface claim? I'm not sure what that means, David. Could you rephrase it a little bit?
Wow, Montana.
And
I didn't know that.
Doug, it's not grade versus below grade.
No,
it's the bedrock interface.
Well, there's a definite definition. I think you could go to the BLM website. There's a definite government, and it's been through the courts as to what a placer is. The sand, the gravel, the loose material, to the point of a fractured bedrock.
David, how deep can you dig? As deep as physically possible. As long as you're following the structure down, that's yours.
A total non sequitur here. May I interject with a non sequitur?
Yes.
Hey Jim, according to this person in Montana, you can submit info for a salvage pad online to collect roadkill if you run into fresh roadkill. This person just got 60 pounds of freshly killed mule deer that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, David, there's no limit on how deep you can dig. You can follow the ore body a long dip forever.
Well,
and there are mines that are really deep,
well,
over a mile deep.
yeah, in a placer claim, it could be 90 or 100 feet to the bedrock.
Yeah.
It just depends on the drainage and where you're at in it.
Yeah. As a general rule, the placer would normally be the minerals that have been transported there and deposited,
Right.
even if they're now solidified into conglomerate rock,
Yep.
it's still considered placer.
Yep.
Whereas the minerals that were there prior to sedimentation, that's the load.
Right.
It can get kind of weird. Here would be a funny one. Let's suppose you had a paleoplacer, and then you had geothermal deposition that extended into the placer. You know what I'm saying? Like basically an underground hot spring. I wonder how that would be adjudicated.
I don't know.
That
There's
would
so
be
many
weird.
ways that this can all go.
Yeah, it gets very complicated.
We're trying to, kind of cover the basics for you guys as much as we can. And yeah, I agree, Chris. Even here in the valleys, if you're here in the Helena Valley or something, some of this gravel is 2,000 feet to the bottom of the valley.
Yeah.
Deer Lodge Valley over west here is the same way. It's thousands of feet to bedrock when you're low enough. But in a normal placer situation, economically, you're probably not going to exceed 100 feet of digging depth unless it's extremely rich. And how you would figure that out, I'm not sure. Short of drilling, maybe.
And how would you find it?
Yeah, you'd have to be drilling.
Yeah, it's So that would be something. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, Chris, is that there would be cases where you could get an intermixture of the possibilities. And again, I'm not sure how that would be adjudicated, but that's where mining lawyers earn their money.
Yeah. As far as what they call placer, there is a very good page just on where those lines are kind of at on a
I'm sure they developed
a load. Yeah, it's not. You know, a lot of this has gone to question
more than once.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
You know, but was that from a paleoplacer that was, you know, on the side of the mountain, or is it actually from a load source that's bigger?
I think that's what he's saying. So you have a load, it's in the mountain, and the mountain slides. Now it becomes an unconsolidated mass.
Right.
So this fallen load is now a placer.
Very possible.
You know, that would make sense.
And that's, you know.
This is where lawyers and geologists argue a lot, Argonaut. What he's saying is, suppose you have two different vein structures like this, okay? And this outcrops on one claim, this outcrops on another. What the rule would be is following the ore body that outcropped. What would get really complicated is if you had one that's wide, like this, and here's your claim boundary, and one comes down here, the other comes down there, and now this is your big ore body, but it's both. In a situation like that, sometimes they try and work out some kind of a deal where they are both co-owners or whatever, and one buys out the other one. But that would be a much more complex situation where you have two diverging veins from a single ore body, and when you follow them both down, you wind up in the same place, and it's the same ore body. If you had two separate veins, say, and placed at separate times, it would be relatively straightforward. This vein belongs to this person, this vein belongs to this person, and where the intersection is, you can tell in a case like that which was there first and which was put in second. And so the guy who's following the second vein can come through and mine it out and leave the other stuff without touching it.
That's true, Chris. The first to claim it would have priority, or the first one that's actually mining that would, you know, go deep enough to verify that it continues would probably have first priority.
Yeah, they've had,
but a lot of this has actually been challenged, and you can go in and literally start to look up some of this mining law.
The problem becomes where geologically it's unclear.
Yeah.
You know, where you have things.
Well, and
like,
they had a lot of that in view because everybody had their own shafts, and pretty soon they realized it's one ore body.
Yeah.
So it got to a point where some guys bought out the guy next to them, you know, and some of them partnered, like you said. Some of them just put the two mines together as one bigger mine. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting things that can come out of this.
Chris, if you had two entirely separate veins, one a million years different than the other, I think you could follow the one through the other because they're convergent only geometrically. Mineralogically, they are not convergent. They're two separate ore bodies. Let's suppose you had
He's saying by date, the first guy who had the first claim would be the priority.
Yeah, but if you have this vein here, it's a gold vein. This is a copper vein. They were put 10 million years apart. Those are two separate ore bodies that touch each other. Are you saying that the guy who staked this gold claim before this copper claim would own the copper too, even though it's clearly a separate geological structure?
That'd be an interesting
The crosser, the first to claim owns the ore from the intersection. Yeah, from the intersection. The question is when you're following to depth. But in this case, let's say this was the second one. You can clearly see that it goes through the other one. I would think that this guy could proceed through as long as he wasn't mining this material from his walls. and then this guy could mine to the intersection and then past the intersection. Again, this is where lawyers, geologists, and it's easy to see this. When you got a mountain and there's a bunch of rocks and you can only see a small percentage of it. Yeah, exactly. You both continue on your respective dips, but I mean, figuring that out to a legal certainty has resulted in more than one war, basically. Because again, it gets very complicated underground. Yeah, and so it's quite bizarre because nature doesn't give you nice, simple situations at all times. Life is complicated.
No, and then the other thing you get into is somebody, over time kept a claim somewhere in the middle of something and never did enough research or ever really did anything with the claim. That's where we get in these cases like this where we just blanket claim across everything and then go back and figure out what to do.
Yeah.
Whether we can lease this from this person or we can buy it or, what do you do there?
Yeah. So again, and first thing is you wait for the BLM to adjudicate who owns the mineral rights.
And is it a valid claim? Because they will adjudicate it to make sure that it is valid if there's a question. It does become a civil matter between them and us. They'll only go so far, but they will say, yeah, this is a valid claim. He's paid up, the corners are there,
and it's an apparently valid claim. Now then you could theoretically challenge that in court if you thought he didn't have a legitimate discovery.
Right.
But now kind of the burden of proof is on you.
Right.
To show that
in
it's
a lot of these
invalid.
cases, the reason we're doing what we're doing is we already know geological inference is already telling us that this is a lot bigger deal than just that one little claim in there.
And another potential problem, if they were to try and say put these corners in themselves, if they didn't survey it in right, you could easily have a little strip of land here where it was not actually claimed by either person. By just tiling the entire surface, any
noise become
you got it.
filled. Right.
You don't have to know exactly where that line is because later on, if somebody wants to argue, they bring in the surveyors. The surveyors can say, "Here's the line. Fine. Okay, we have everything to it. He has everything past it. If you try and figure that out and you make a mistake, you've left yourself open for Joe Blow to come in there and stake in 1 foot strip and totally screw up your pit."
Right. Yeah. That's where you're going to a big pit or a big underground mine.
Yeah. Anyhow, so it does get potentially complicated, but the basic rule of thumb is don't obviously break the law. Claim everything you think is open plus a bit.
Yep.
And then let the BLM adjudicate it.
Right, exactly. And let them, make the adjustments for the pattern.
And if you are actually mining or disturbing the ground in this area, and this person doesn't know or care, it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Sometimes that's the case where we may do soil sampling or do something here, and we may do something up here over them and not worry about that. But then we may approach them and say, well, will you lease us the rights to do some, do some mineralized stuff?
You just make sure you don't do any disturbance in a comfortable buffer zone so you know you're not on their property.
Right, exactly.
And you're in good shape. Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of the way you handle it. Because you'll see these, especially here. There's lots of patent claims,
and you'll even see
bizarre.
You'll even see some places where literally you'll have 3 claims overlapping in different directions, and it's like, what the hell is that? Well, this guy had a load, and there's a placer claim in there, and then there's another load that those 2 are overlapped, and so you'll have this whole mess of claims on top of claims that once they're adjudicated, you may only, that one guy may only have that little area. But it's just the way it works out.
I've seen some places where I was looking, it was kind of geologically interesting and stuff, where you have that situation and you'll have a blank area here where There's a claim here, and a claim here, and a
right,
claim
but nobody got the middle.
Nobody got the middle. And it's like, hell, that's open.
Put a 5-acre claim in the middle of them and see what happens someday.
Exactly.
You know, that crap happens.
Oh,
Speaking of
absolutely.
which, Bear, you still gotta look up that other one that you saw.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and that's
It's
part
on
of
my
why,
list.
what we've started to do is make pretty much straight lines in our claim formations and
Oh,
stuff.
that's the easiest way to let.
Well, that
Take 'em down.
that way you don't end up with this dumb little area in here that somebody could come in. If this does turn into something big, somebody comes in and gets that little stupid area and sits on it, and you have no choice but to literally buy them out.
For whatever they want.
Right, pretty much. They kind of have you by the short hair.
Yeah.
And that's just a situation you do not want.
Nope.
You're much better to claim more claims, and yes, it costs money, but you're better off to have a buffer zone around you.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that's one thing. Because let's say you did have a big ore body. Let's say you've got a $1 billion project. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how much is this little claim in the middle of the pit worth now? It's worth a lot of
Well,
money,
and
and they know it.
Yeah, well, and there's been some issues where that's happened to some big mining companies that now we got this guy with 3 claims in the right in the middle of what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And now how do we get rid of it? At what cost?
Legally,
You know, well, that's unfortunately.
yeah, it's for the guy over at the Goldfields mine. He owned some of the claims right in the middle there. He was making like $2 or $3 million a year royalty payments because he had him right in the middle of the claim, and so he got like a 1% royalty
Yeah.
of the whole thing.
Right, of the whole project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he was making some serious
Yeah,
jazz.
way better than a lease.
Well, I mean, it was part of they were just leasing it from. Well, I don't know. They might have bought it from him and just did that. But anyhow, that was part of the agreement. Was that he got 1%
of everything.
of the net smelter
No,
return?
that's a good deal.
Yeah, and because he had them where they just couldn't build the pit without his cooperation.
Yeah.
He's like, well, it made me want to cooperate.
Great, participate.
Exactly. And it's kind of weird how that works.
Yeah, I don't know, for you guys in Canada and that, I don't really know what they do up there for, clearing situations, but this pretty much applies to U.S. and Alaska.
By the way, I think Ray Rusaw's in Greenland right now. Doing that full gold.
Oh, yeah?
What's
They're
up?
again doing it again?
Yeah. Oh, and Ray's invited us over to the Liberty Mine. So obviously maybe midwinter.
Yeah, that'd be a good drive. It's not that far away.
Yeah.
Okay.
That wouldn't be too bad.
I would like to see what he's got going on over there.
Yeah. So we may do that this winter. We're just going on over there. I'm not sure. This will be the first winter where I've actually just stayed in winter. And I was kind of established to begin with. First, last winter I wasn't established, so I was trying to find work. This is a different situation. It's going to be interesting to see how it works. Yeah.
They're getting ready for winter up there.
Yeah, it's getting ready for winter. They're close. Yeah. So we have an
Are they
invite.
coming out with a new season of ice cold going?
I presume.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty common, Jeff.
Yeah.
That, depending on who's mining and how far they go. But that's very common. I mean, in some of the things that we've been working on, that's why we've done what we've done is we went up and over the mountain and to the next mountain. We're following the strike lines as far as we can.
Well, and there's a big difference between what you're doing and a simple vein type deposit where you're trying to follow that vein, keep it kind of centered in the claims and kind of snake the claims around if needed. Because you guys are assuming that there may be a large
Well, what we've discovered is not only do we have not only do we have the normal straight, I mean, not only do we have a normal strike pattern, let's just say that the strike is in here, but we've got cross faulting in some areas that are doing this, and we've got parallel in vein structures also, to where
You don't know where you need this.
we don't know exactly where until we do more geologic surveying to figure out how does it all fit together, and then where, once we can get to the point of identifying the true ore bodies, the pockets we are looking for might be, here and out here somewhere. So we've been going across doing soil sampling and magnetics and trying to identify what do we think is the structure. We already knew that there were strike lines because we can literally follow them for 3 miles.
And why do we have no video of this?
Well, some of it I can't because it's confidential.
Confidential,
Yeah, I got some problems there that I got to be careful. I'm going to have some video eventually of some of this, but right now, I got to just stay within the rules that I've signed under.
Absolutely.
But that's the kind of
thing they
things
might want to know.
well, that's the things that you get into when you start to understand longer strike distances, and maybe this is actually the middle of the mountain. You got a mine here that's been being worked, and you got a mine over here that was worked years ago. Well, they actually are on the same strike when you start to figure out how does the mineralization exist, the faulting and things. And then you've got perpendicular cross faults going as well.
Well, I say you've got 2 different general types of ore bodies. You got the vein type ore bodies, and then you have the more disseminated ore bodies.
Right.
And in this case, you believe there's a significant possibility that disseminated ore bodies of substantial size may exist. So you just want to tile everything.
Pretty much.
Yep.
So it's been a month of a hell of a lot of work and a lot of hiking and a lot of pulling samples and trying to identify, where do you start and where do you stop?
Okay, everybody, follow me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. No, it can be a lot of work. Absolutely. But on the other hand, it's better than sitting behind a desk, isn't it?
oh, I love it. I absolutely, granted, this couple of weeks has been tough, but we've had some of the most beautiful fall weather.
Yeah.
It's absolutely been gorgeous being up, doing what I'm doing. We've had blue sky days that are just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
And it's like, it can't get any better. I'm actually, being paid to do this.
Same with me. Yeah. The scenery at Montana B is not bad.
No, it's
But just being out,
the quiet,
in the
the wind
country,
blowing,
yeah, and nobody else out there but you guys, me and Eva by ourselves.
It's cool. It's got a peacefulness to it. Even when you're working hard, it's still peaceful.
And I've noticed that when I'm just like digging dirt or whatever, moving some dirt this side or the other, it's kind of like fishing in that it keeps your mind occupied enough so you're not bored, but you're not having to think hard, and so it's relaxing.
We're right now, Truth Seeker, we're varying anywhere from probably about 5,700 feet all the way to 7,000 feet. So we've got quite the variation in drainages and elevation.
Do you notice that if it's harder to breathe? 7,000 feet isn't too bad.
No, I'll tell you, you want to know when it's hard to breathe?
Uh-huh.
Is you come home to Helen here and you're at 3,600 feet.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning you get in the truck and you drive back up. And then you take that first hike. And that first hill, holy crap, you're breathing hard. And once you get past that first go in the morning, that first hour,
Yeah.
after that you never even notice it the rest of the day. But then you come back down at night. We weren't coming back all the time, but you come back home, and in the morning it's the same thing all over again because you come down to 3,600 feet here, or 38, whatever we're at here,
Yeah.
and then you go back up and start in the morning at 6,800 feet. So you get out of the truck, and the first thing you do is you throw your gear on and start up the hill. And
The gear's the heaviest.
and it's but you're refreshed and everything. But then right away you notice that, man, you're breathing hard again.
Ah, man. I prefer breathing hard after I get home.
Yeah.
You want to come through?
See how you are there, talking to people about your heavy breathing habits. Greetings, all y'all. Howdy, howdy. Well, let's see what we have in the news today. In the mining world, according to one interesting article here, Australia says iron ore price expected to reach $150 by late 2021. Now, Bear did mention today that he was pricing steel for something or other, and apparently, yeah, it's kind of like vertical price-wise, it's getting really bad. The iron ore price is expected to reach $150 per ton by late 2021 before falling to $93 per ton by the end of 2022, according to a report released by Australia's Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Australia. The figure for 2022 had been revised downward from $109 per ton, as stated in the previous report. Interesting. Falling domestic demand for steel in China due to slower construction activity and the implementation of a number of government policies has resulted in weaker iron ore prices, the government said in its report. Key government policies in China are also having a significant impact on steel demand so far in the September 2021 quarter. A major driver of China's booming demand for steel in the first half of 2021 was the considerable levels of fiscal accommodation provided by the government in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This included growth in total infrastructure investment of 30% year-on-year, 3-month average at the end of March. Yeah. Well, we all know that things aren't going all that well right now in Canadaland when it comes to real estate and development and power and a bunch of other things. We'll discuss that. However, according to the report, the stimulative spending now appears to be fading, with total infrastructure investment contracting in June for the first time in over 12 months. Prices of iron ore and other commodities like aluminum rarely gone money. According to Fast Markets MD, benchmark 62% Fe fines imported into northern China were changing hands for $117.12 a ton, up 1.7% from Friday's close. So, interesting things are happening in Canada. The few reports that are coming through the pretty much media blackout indicate that China, of course, is still buying coal at any price, no price too high, which is having a serious ripple effect in India, Europe, and a few other places. And many factories over there are currently only running 3 days a week because otherwise they have no electricity to do so. According to reports coming out of Pandaland, in some provinces where hydroelectric is major, droughts and low water levels have pretty much killed hydroelectric. And in other areas, they're having trouble getting coal, so they're now buying coal regardless of price. They are outbidding everybody, and money is no object. This is quite interesting considering that their real estate market is a total meltdown right now, and there seems to be some other cash flow problems going on. One has to wonder what's actually going on in Pandaland in that regard. But their coal spending spree is causing serious problems for India. India is now at historic lows for stored coal and having trouble getting coal more, which may make winter difficult for them. In the EU, meanwhile, natural gas prices have gone through the roof, and um, the companies that were making CO2 and making nitrates as a byproduct of natural gas things that I don't quite understand are having to shut down because they can't afford to stay in business. So the EU is looking at a long, cold winter. In addition to that, apparently in Norway, reservoirs are at all-time lows, and their hydroelectric industry has kind of taken the tank and is not producing the power that's needed there. Sweden is having a energy crunch, likely for the same reason, but there isn't much news on it yet. And the Netherlands has had to shut some of the greenhouses down that provide vegetables and flowers to Europe and Britain because of energy issues. So one has to wonder if it's going to sink in with any of these climate people that the high reliance on wind power, solar power, hydroelectric, etc., may not be the brightest idea if you don't make sure you have enough of a reliable fuel, be it nuclear like France, or coal or oil or natural gas to back it up. Because Britain's problem seems to be that their windmills just haven't been operating because, funnily enough, they've been having very unwindy weather over there. It's all kind of bizarre. So we can expect the prices on not just precious metals, but also basic industrial metals, iron, steel, aluminum, copper, nickel, to continue to rise because China, in addition to shutting down the export of phosphates out of the country, which is going to rock a few world markets, is also seriously throttling the amount of aluminum they release. And somewhere along the way, those clever Chinese over there in Pandaland managed to get a stranglehold on the aluminum recycling business and the actual aluminum refining business. Now, I wonder how that happened. We used to have a pretty good aluminum infrastructure here in the United States, but it seems to have disappeared, along with our rare earth structure and our nickel mining and our iron and everything else. So the chickens are going to be coming home to roost in that regard because we are now seeing that the Chinese focus on getting a large market share of mining infrastructure and mining operations worldwide can be used as a hammer over the head of the West. And when we're facing significant energy crunches in multiple areas and also facing significant need for these metals of all types in multiple areas, that gives them a tremendous amount of leverage if they can get the energy to exploit that leverage. They may be losing ground in Africa because there apparently is some kind of power struggles going on in various African nations, which is nothing new. And their relations with Australia are already at an all-time geopolitical low. The Australians are quite annoyed with them. So there's a whole lot of potential for things to get very sideways in some very unusual directions at this point. It's very, very interesting to watch young breakout popcorn. But unfortunately, due to droughts and other issues, popcorn is one of those things in short supply around here these days. Speaking of things in short supply, the small grains, for those who don't know, small grains include wheat, barley, oats. It's all those grains with little seeds that we turn into flour. Apparently, the United States, due to weather problems over the summer, had a much lower expected yield on all small grains than is typically. So we can look for that to have downstream impact on the dairy industry, the beef and meat industry in general, and of course on typical things like getting the flour to bake your bread. It's one of those times when going through those is a definite plus, at least in my mind. But, everybody's like that. Yeah, I'm sorry about the background noise, Truth Seeker. No freaking idea on that, so I can start yelling if you need me to.
I think it's using the wrong microphone. I thought I had it selected properly, but there's no way to change it during a live stream. We'd actually have to shut down and restart. Seems like a bad idea to me, but nobody asked
Now, there is still some ongoing issues with shortages and our supply chain. And yeah, the supply chain is in far worse shape than most people realize it is. Right now, every single port in America is backed up with ships. Long Beach is still the worst. Long Beach is still at 60 plus. All the major Chinese ports are backed up 3 times as far as we are. We're talking 150, 160 ships waiting to get in. This is only going to get worse, and wonders never cease. The American mainstream media actually noticed it this week. I was shocked. Shocked, I tell you. I mean, the British have been reporting on the American supply chain problems for 2 or 3 weeks now. It took them a while, but they usually get the news earlier than we do, probably because they're in the future, time zone.
I like Sky News. Oh.
And we are finally seeing rumblings from our media beginning to address the fact that things are just not showing up in stores. This is going to be a double-edged sword because on one hand, maybe people will calm down once they start hearing whatever party line the media is deciding to promote this week. On the other hand, Americans may do what the British did when their media said, by the way, there's no real gas shortage, so don't go out and panic buy gas, and go out and panic buy. Because our media is still straddling the fence between, well, Christmas may be a little lean this year, and, well, there are a few little shortages here and there, but there's really nothing to see, folks, except those squirrels that are feeding over there. We all know how that is with our media. A bunch of propaganda hacks, what they are. But in the trucking world, there is an extreme shortage of truckers. There's an extreme shortage of truck parts. There's an extreme shortage of working DEF sensors. And while we do have a software patch for that now, that is still having trouble rolling out in certain trucks. And it's just a temporary fix on what could be a permanent problem. In the car and normal people world, if you need tires, I suggest you start looking now because there's about to be some serious shortages of tires over the next year. If you need 19-inch truck tires, you may be in real trouble because nobody's got them. But reports coming out of the tire industry show that because of lack of materials and transport issues, the winter snow tires and next year's spring tires, etc., are coming out at a far lower rate than normal. In some markets, about half what is normally sold and actually needed is going to be available. So if you need tires, it's a good time to look. If you need a new car, you're probably pretty much out of luck at this point. I wouldn't buy a new car anyway because they have chips in them, and as we have all seen, chips are one of the many things that has disappeared. But the used car market continues to be spiraling out of control. Anecdotal reports that people are getting in bidding wars for used cars with 100,000 plus miles on them and ending up paying 50% over Kelley Blue Book for said cars just to get wheels. So if you have one hanging around that runs, this might be a good time to sell it. Just saying. If the person wants extra money, that's a good thing to know. In general, we can expect the supply chain issues to get worse before they get better. Internal scuttlebutt and anecdotal reports from people who work in the supply chain industry, they're hoping things begin to level out mid 2022, but some segments of the supply chain may not become fully robust again until mid 2023. There is one bright point in this little story. People are finally getting the idea that just-in-time logistics really sucks rocks, just like Arizona really sucks rocks. Public service announcement. They're beginning to get the idea that just-in-time logistics really sucks rocks. They're also beginning to get the idea that maybe when our sociopathic kleptocrats in DC started selling all of our infrastructure and our major corporations began moving overseas, this was a bad thing. So we are now seeing at least some companies waking up, smelling the coffee, and frantically scrambling to try to start onshoring their production again so that they can stabilize their little corner of the supply chain. We can all help this by buying local and buying made in the USA wherever we can get it, whatever the price, no matter how long we have to wait. Because if we don't start voting with our wallets consistently, these yo-yos are going to keep us hanging out to dry. And all it would take at this point is one more major world disaster, like say another lockdown, to really fundamentally screw our supply chain for 5 to 10 years into the future and completely wipe out some industries.
La Palma.
Yeah, La Palma, but La Palma is only sort of kind of erupting right now. It hasn't fallen into the ocean yet. So we're not going to worry about that. That's just the way it is.
If it does, we're going to have a lot of problems. Oh my God.
Yeah. David, if you can buy from Hertz Rent-A-Car, you are darn lucky, because our rental cars here in town not only are not selling a darn thing, they're scrambling and trying to get cars. They have not been able to get cars to rent out for months because during lockdown 1.0, the idiots apparently sold their excess rental cars because they didn't want them on the lot, and they figured they would just pick up new cars later, and that ain't happening. So,
What could go wrong with that plan? You're perfect.
They did it.
And speaking of things from the future, we have some lottery tickets here, courtesy of one of our Australian friends who gave us lottery numbers from the future. We will know very shortly whether or not those numbers are good. But of course, they did not tell us which drawing in the future those numbers are good for. So we're just going to have to keep playing them to find out. Apparently the Australians only have a partially good crystal ball here. But we shall see what happens. Yeah, David, actually a lot of rental cars did that during lockdown 1.0. The way rental car services work is they need to keep those cars rolling because most of those cars are on fleet payments. When those cars could not roll because nobody was going anywhere, they didn't want to have to keep hemorrhaging monthly car payments for who knows how long, because businesses knew that the 2 week to flatten the curve thing was utter and complete bullshit. The only people who didn't know that were we, the people. Businesses were planning for a worst case scenario. And when things started to stretch out and they're looking at week after week of money running out the door, they were like, okay, we're just going to pay off the lease payments and sell the cars, and then we'll just buy new cars, declare it as a loss, we can re-amortize the new payments, and it will help us on taxes. Well, now, here in little old Helena, you can't rent a car for love nor money. As a matter of fact, in most places in the country, you can't rent a car for love nor money. Some of our car rental places are booked out 9 months in the future. Okay? So even though Bear and I want a little runaround vehicle this winter, we may not find one because I can't even get one from rental cars. So that's just the way that goes. Yeah, I can just see that now. Me tooling around in 20 degree below zero weather on a quad of the streets of Homer. Yeah. Okay, Bear, you want me to die. I don't know why he wants me to die. I don't even have life insurance. It's ridiculous. But yeah, things are a little bit bizarre, and the most optimistic, and I mean the most optimistic pie in the sky optimistic forecasts I am seeing from my inside sources are don't expect things to get anywhere close to normal until about June of 2022, and even then some things are going to be a little flaky. One more weird thing happens in the world, and we are royally screwed, which does not surprise me. So if you have not started stocking up on little things here and there, you might want to do that now, especially things like cat litter, which is still in very short supply. Gerbil and hamster bedding are in very short supply in many parts of the country. Flour, toilet paper, paper towels, various cleaning agents, water softeners are being reported as missing in some areas now. So much for Bear's widely available.
You mean they're not available
The
for
little
sale, or
pellets.
people are stealing them?
They're not available for sale.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a whole bunch of random things that are beginning to disappear. So you might want to consider picking up some of the random things that are beginning to disappear. For those looking for canning lids, there are two sources I know of now that have them at the moment. One is Fillmore Containers, that's Fillmore. You can buy the big bulk sleeves, but they're out of the little 12-pack boxes. Those are genuine Ball canning lids, though Ball is having serious quality control issues these days. The other one is Denali canning. Denali is getting a lot of really positive reviews, far more than Pure Lids, and their prices are comparable to Ball, and they do have the 12-pack boxes available right now. So, I'm going to be ordering some this week. Gotta get my canning lids, That's just the way it is. Yeah, Truth Seeker, $100 a day for absolute junk is lower than some of the prices I've seen on rental cars, and don't even ask what a U-Haul or a Penske cost these days, if you can find one. Because prices on U-Hauls and Penskes, one way out of town, have gone up into the mid-four figures just to go 2 or 3 states. I haven't even looked at the prices for going from, say, New York to California because I don't want to know. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Not really. I don't think that he ever expected Sears Kmart to be an ongoing concern. I mean, frankly, the whole Sears Kmart thing was just bizarre and rather hilarious to watch. When you've got one bankrupt company buying out another bankrupt company so that they can both go bankrupt together in happy solidarity, you kind of have to wonder what's going on.
Sounds like a government job.
Yeah, that sounds like something the government would do. We'll get into the government in a while. There's a lot of upheaval going on in brick and mortar at the moment too, because of course with the supply chains the way they are, a lot of smaller companies are being backed into a corner. They cannot get their stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff that just is not available. They don't have the buying power. As a matter of fact, in one of our Midwestern states, I believe it was Ohio, a whole bunch of small restaurant owners were told by text message this week by their main food supplier that their accounts had been closed because their main food supplier needed to divert all their resources to servicing the big accounts. Nice way to handle a customer. Give them a text message saying, oh, by the way, you can't get any food this week. Yeah. And the big guys like Cisco Foods are having a lot of problems. There are school systems, hospitals, grocery stores, and hotels around the country that are sending in their orders. The orders are showing us, oh, you can order this stuff and pay for it. And then Cisco is telling them, oh, by the way, your truck is being delayed 2 weeks and it's only going to be half full. So this whole supply chain thing, if we can get companies to onshore production again, could end up being the best thing that happened if we can live through the 2 or 3 years of pain to get there. Because it is totally debunking the usefulness of just in time. It's totally debunking the usefulness of offshoring your production so that you can add a few pennies to your profit line. It is totally debunking the uselessness of centralized supply hubs where you've got 2 companies or 3 companies that produce all the paper in the United States. So this is the time for small businesses, or like here in Montana, this would be the time for all our ranchers to form a cooperative and build a meat processing plant.
They are.
And they are, according to
They
Jim.
are.
Bypass the big processing plants entirely. So we can grow that capillary system of small hubs again that we used to have before the kleptocrats in DC and the corporatocrats in big business decided to do away with it. So, there is a good way to get through this. Getting through it is going to suck rocks. But then again, a lot of things suck rocks. What can you do in that regard? But that is where we are on shortages this week. If you need car parts, get them now, especially for older vehicles. If you need tires, or you think you're going to need tires, you better start looking, because in a whole lot of areas of the country, you're backed up weeks or months if you can get them at all. That is especially true of snow tires. There are some sizes of snow tires that people are reporting they have not been able to find anywhere in their entire region of the country. They have to be shipped in from someplace else. So, these are the kind of things that we need to keep up on at this point. Now, we know the feds are being fed. You may have heard that the countdown clock has begun on our great debt default. October 18th is the 0 day. This is the day when we are going to default on our debt, if we're going to default on our debt. You may have heard Lord Malarkey making pronouncements about how the Republicans just need to get out of the way and stop trying to burn the country down and let the Democrats fix it. I think that comes into the category of, if you can't say something nice,
No.
we ain't gonna go there. You may have also seen some of the scaremongering news already coming out. CBS had a wonderful piece today about the things that are not going to be paid if we default on our debt. And of course, on the top of the list, they put Social Security, and they put the military, and they put Veterans Affairs. Well, this is the problem here. A lot of the things they listed are not discretionary spending. Our government has 2 types of spending. They have entitlements. This is the stuff everybody's entitled to, and for some reason, food stamps is on that list, by the way. They have entitlements, which are things they are obligated to pay, period, end of story. They cannot default, no matter what. And then they have discretionary. Now, our military is discretionary spending because in the Constitution it says you will vote on a budget for military every 2 years. Our founders, in their infinite wisdom at the time, were not fans of standing armies, because standing armies are a great way to bankrupt a country, first of all. And second of all, they can lead to political upheavals in some places, So they made that discretionary spending. Every 2 years, Congress has the discretion to vote X amount of money for the military. The military says this is what we need. Congress says this is what you're going to get. Everybody kind of comes to an agreement. As we all know, a whole lot of crap sneaks into the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, every single time. And every single time it gets passed, whether the military needs that crap or not, whether it has anything to do with the military or not, because we need the military. That's why they stuff things in that bill. Then you have your entitlement spending. Your entitlement spending is money that the government is obligated to pay, no story, no ifs, ands, or buts. So if there is a government shutdown, they are supposed to shut off the entitlements and the non-constitutionally mandated stuff first. They are supposed to always pay the entitlements, meaning Social Security, because we all paid into it, and food stamps because Congress said so, and Medicaid because Congress said so, and veterans and disability payments because Congress said so. So if you actually added up all the entitlement spending, our federal government takes in enough money to pay all that entitlement spending, with a little tiny bit left over. But we have CBS and a few other news organizations that conveniently forget to tell people that this is the case. They say, oh, all this stuff is on the chopping block, and the little old ladies and people like Bear may not get their check if we default. It's unconstitutional and against the law to default. Not that I trust our government to follow the Constitution or the law, since at the moment they don't do either. But it is technically unconstitutional and it is against the law for them to default on those things. Our government makes it a point not to explain things to people, and our media also makes it a point not to explain things to people. The reason for this is most of this shutdown / debt ceiling / default stuff is simply political theater. This is pressure being put on, of all people, Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema, to get them to change their voting stance. I find this to be mind-boggling. I find this to be mind-boggling because, well, if I were ever to pick any two senators in general, I mean, they're all criminals, okay? They're all criminally minded people over there in Washington, D.C., to one extent or another. If I were ever to pick two senators that were Democrats that would stand against their party and the tremendous political pressure and the tremendous media pressure and the tremendous social pressure from scared Americans who don't understand our budget, emailing them and saying, please don't let them cut off my food stamps, I would not have picked Senator Sinema. Because back in Arizona, she was a very radical person. She is suddenly acting like a moderate here. Joe Manchin, I would have sort of picked. I would have said, yeah, we got a better than 50-50 chance that Joe Manchin is going to come down on the blue dog conservative side of things because he's a blue senator in a deep, deep red part of his state. So he wants to keep his job. Sinema, on the other hand, no, I did not expect her to hold out. I am mind-boggled. I mean, they even accosted the woman in the bathroom and filmed her. They've been harassing her in airports. They're following her around and screaming at her in public, which, by the way, Lord Malarkey says that's all part of the process. Funny, it never used to be. And funny, if we did that to someone like Maxine Waters,
terrorists.
yeah, we would kind of get arrested. But apparently, it only goes one way. But those two are holding firm so far. Now, Crazy Bernie, of course, is saying that not only is $1.5 trillion a totally unacceptable ceiling, $3.5 trillion isn't even an acceptable floor. An acceptable floor for Crazy Bernie is $6 trillion. And his partner in crime over there in the House of Representatives, Madam AOC, decided to shake her head and laugh, and we could all hear the dice rattling between her ears in that video, I am sure, and went on to say that we shouldn't be discussing numbers at all because this wasn't about numbers, this was about people. Now, I'm sure they got that idea because Lord Malarkey himself said that this $3.5 trillion boondoggle is going to cost $0. Zero. Not a zip. Not a thing. Absolutely amazing math going on here. It costs zero because we supposedly have already paid for it. Now, the question here is, how did we already pay for it when it hasn't even been passed yet to start with? The second question here is, how can any reasonable thinking person believe that only people who make over $400K a year and corporations are going to be paying for this if it hasn't already been paid for in advance? That means believing what Senorita Circleback said the other day, that no business would raise their prices just because their taxes went up, because that would be, I believe she said something along the lines of rude and immoral, objectionable, something like that. I pay as little attention to her as humanly possible because she's just crazy. But yeah, at the moment, the one thing that stands in the way of this mess that they're trying to shove through, the initial mess, is our friend Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, of all people. So yes, Arizona still sucks rocks, but at the moment, Kirsten Sinema is really doing a good job in the face of some pretty aggressive tactics and domestic terrorism on the part of the West.
You got a lot more spine than Martha McSally.
Yeah, she's got a lot more spine than Martha McSally did. But then again, I knew Martha McSally was an utter and complete fake. Okay? Just like I knew that John McCain, well, again, if you can't say anything nice, fair is to vote for John McCain. Can you believe that nonsense?
I'm an old guy.
Just ridiculous. Yeah, coming from a Democrat, I'm stunned, you know? And that's the thing, is this is all political theater right now. What's going to happen is between now and October 8th, the left is going to power 18th. The left is going to power up their propaganda machine. We're going to start seeing more doomsday articles coming from the mainstream media talking about how the world as we know it will all end and we will go into an immediate depression if we default on the debt. We're going to see more pronouncements from Lord Malarkey telling the Republicans, this is the president of unity, by the way, to get out of the way and stop trying to destroy the country when he's the one trying to destroy the country. We're going to see more pronouncements from various talking heads in Congress trying to suborn Manchin and Sinema and get them to agree. We're going to see more posturing from Turtle McConnell. The Turtle actually waxed eloquent today, and it was rather hilarious, but very well done on the Turtle's part. He rebutted Lord Malarkey beautifully in terms of pointing out that you're the guys that aren't playing with us. We're just sitting back, and we already told you months ago, if you want it to pass, you're going to have to pass it alone because we don't want nothing to do with this crap. So the Turtle actually waxed eloquent today and really earned all his slush money for the next month or two, you know. And the end result is going to be in some middle of the night backdoor deal where everybody gets some little pony that they have wanted and they all manage to shoehorn in some pork that they want. It's probably going to come down to a couple of rhino Republicans from some nowhere place caving and siding with the Democrats to get this passed. Or they're going to shoehorn it all into reconciliation and get it passed anyway. I highly, highly doubt the United States is going to default on its debt this time. This is not the right time. If they're going to default on the debt, they're going to do it when they are ready to really go for all the markers. And this is not a good time to do that. They want to be able to do it in a way that makes it look like they had no choice. because otherwise they're going to have a real crap festival on their hands. So I don't think we have to worry about the debt ceiling. Have you received your GoPro yet, Bear?
Not yet. I was at the post office yesterday.
He has not received it yet. He was at the post office yesterday. He's probably going tomorrow. David, they're not becoming anything new. They are just showing the true colors of what they have always been. These people do not like America. These people have a real problem with things like rule of law, constitutions, and other things. That's the way they are. I mean, they just, quite frankly, they just don't like it. I'm sorry, but actions speak louder than words. You can't tell me you love America when you're sitting there doing everything you can to mess it up. So, actions speak louder than words. We all know what they're like at this point. So, the Fed's dangerous path toward debt monetization. A prominent U.S. senator just called the head of the nation's central bank dangerous. Well, he did. Unfortunately, the true dangers of U.S. money and fiscal policy were lost on everyone involved. On Tuesday, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testified before the Senate Banking Committee, where Senator Elizabeth Warren led the left wing of the Democrat Party's attack. Over and over, you've acted to make our banking system less safe, and that makes you a dangerous man to head up the Fed, and that's why I'll oppose your renomination. Well, he is a dangerous man to head up the Fed. Not as bad as some of the people Lord Malarkey's proposing, Notwithstanding Powell's controversial personal investments in markets directly impacted by Fed interventions, he's currently expected to be renominated to his federal position by Joe Biden at the recommendation of Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. It shouldn't come as a surprise since most Fed chairmen get renominated across different administrations, and Powell has dutifully fulfilled his role of facilitating the Biden administration's borrowing and spending agenda. The only thing unusual about Powell is the lengths to which he's gone to enable an unprecedented expansion of government debt. Over the past 18 months, the Fed has purchased 57% of all new Treasury issuance. 57%. That's bad. That's as many people percentage-wise as don't currently pay any taxes.
Does that mean we're currently paying our own debt with dollars we don't have?
Exactly.
Okay.
We're paying our own debt by buying it with dollars we don't have.
Okay, that's right.
That's just difficult. Fed policymakers are taking the U.S. down a dangerous road toward total debt monetization, essentially supplementing the bond market to finance government spending directly with currency created out of nothing. Wow, I wish I could do that. I hate to say it, but on a really small scale, I wish I could just create money out of nothing so I could pay off debt. But then again, we don't have any debt. We're debt free. The biggest risk of such a policy is an untamable rise in inflation as Uncle Sam's need for cash grows faster than the economy's ability to generate it. Mind you, this week, some economists actually started using the S word, stagflation. They're preparing us for this. Of course, Powell insists the recent surge in inflation is merely transitory. Yeah. Well, I think that would depend.
In geologic time, it is.
Yeah, in geologic time it is. It depends on your definition of transitory here. But the meaning of the term is now being stretched to mean something more akin to indefinite. Kind of like QE infinite reason here. Inflation is elevated and will likely remain so in coming months before moderating, Powell said during his testimony this week. As for why inflation isn't moderating now, after the economy has had months to work through supply bottlenecks and reopening pressures, these effects have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, Powell said.
They always are.
Wow. Really now? I'm pretty sure that most of us on this channel could have anticipated this because we actually understand the concept of a budget. And we actually understand the concept of money. Apparently, Powell does not, okay? The real-world consequences of the Fed's failure to anticipate sustained price rises include unaffordable housing markets, unpayable wage demands, and unavailable products at grocery stores and retailers. Rising energy costs have yet to even fully work their way through to consumers. Crude oil futures surged this week to $80 a barrel for the first time in 3 years, as natural gas contracts pushed up toward a 7-year high. As a matter of fact, there were unprecedented huge margin calls in natural gas futures last year. Okay, we're talking crazy stuff here. The Bloomberg Commodity Spot Index hit its highest level in a decade, though not all commodities are contributing. Noticeably weak since summer trading began have been copper and precious metals markets. Interesting. What does the divergence between precious metals and other raw materials signify? One possibility is that weakness in metals is a leading indicator for a broader commodity sell-off to come. Another is that metals have been unsustainably hammered down into an oversold condition and may be set to follow the lead of crude oil and other commodities higher. Optimism toward the reopening trade has stunted safe haven demand for gold and silver to some extent, but that optimism is breaking down as consumer confidence plunges, per the latest report from the Conference Board, and equity markets succumb to selling. The real danger is not owning precious metals. Danger is loom for the economy, which may be headed for a long period of stagflation, low growth, high inflation. In such an environment, conventional safe havens such as bonds are dangerous for investors to hold. Bonds will be negative yielding instruments in real terms as long as interest rates range below the inflation rate. And that could be the case for years to come if the Fed keeps intervening to suppress yields and stimulate further price inflation. Precious metals stand to ultimately rise in terms of depreciating U.S. fiat currency, and they could rise rapidly if stagflation fears take hold. Admittedly, gold and silver markets have delivered disappointing performances so far this year. They certainly can't be expected to go up in a straight line. And just as surely as there will be periods when gold and silver underperform, there will also be periods where they outperform. Given the dangerous game politicians and central bankers are playing with ever-expanding debt and currency creation, the biggest danger in most investor portfolios is overexposure to financial assets and underexposure to precious metals. Now, there's a couple of different schools of thought here, because in the prepper community, on various prepper communities, especially one in the front page of the internet, those people are buying precious metals to hold for after we get through the societal collapse and get to the other side. Because during an actual collapse scenario, your precious metals are not going to be worth crap as an asset. You can't eat gold or silver. You can't wipe your butt with it, or at least not and throw it down the outhouse. It won't keep you warm if you try to burn it. What will be valuable if there actually is a serious collapse are your household commodities, the spare car parts, the spare fuel, the spare lighters. In Bosnia, when they were having their societal collapse, people were trading handguns and ammunition for working lighters and sticks of firewood. Okay? These are the kind of commodities that are important in an actual collapse situation. The things people can eat, the things people can wear, the things people can stay dry under, the things that keep your machinery running so you can make food, so you can make fuel, so you can make a house without having to use bare hands and an axe and pre-tech things. Those are the things that are valuable during a depression, during a societal collapse. It is on the other side of that that your gold and silver become valuable again, because that is when you need a store of wealth. So in the wide spectrum of the prepper community, people are holding gold and silver. They're also holding some crypto. They're also holding piles of paper dollar bills because they know that there will be people who, when supplies get short, will still take paper dollar bills because even if there's a bank holiday, they'll figure, well, when the banks reopen, this money will be honored at face value. It's not dawning on a lot of people that if our government pulls a bank holiday, they may well pull a bail-in rather than a bail-out, which means all your money will be confiscated and they'll tack another zero or two on the end of our dollar bill. That's not dawning on a lot of people yet. So the wide consensus of opinion amongst the many prepper communities that I keep in touch with is get a big pile of small paper bills. Don't keep it all in hundreds, people, because you need small change. Get a big pile of small bills and change for when things start getting tight if we move into a depression. Then have a nice big pile of commodities. So when we get to a barter stage, if said depression continues and we start getting some serious coming apart at the seams, you have things you can trade for things you need. And have some gold and silver and some crypto put aside. So when things stagger back to the new normal, whatever the new normal is, you actually have them. That is how the preppers are looking at this. I tend to go with the prepper mindset on that because, yeah, if we have a depression in year 2 or 3, I'm not going to be looking for gold or silver. I'm going to be looking for a side of meat, or I'm going to be looking for some firewood to burn. Well, yeah, I mean, just because I've already got meat on hand doesn't mean I don't need more. I mean, come on now. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
another thing, if you are stockpiling gold or silver, silver is usually not the best, but don't get big stuff. If you
Mr.
can get
Lodak,
smaller
when it
stuff.
comes to stock, I know a whole lot of people who are divesting themselves of stock right now because they're figuring if we actually get in a serious crunch, sooner or later the stock market bubble is going to implode. And they're hearkening back to the 20s and 30s when the smart guys got out early and the smart guys were not buying on margin. And when the bubble burst and the market tanked, the smart guys got back in and got really good long-term stocks in things that would be around forever at yard sale prices. There were an amazing number of millionaires made during the Great Depression using that strategy. So a lot of the people I know out there are divesting the last of their stocks because they're figuring that even our press, as crazy as our press is, will not be able to cover up for this incompetent administration forever. And if we do have the kind of Christmas season that the supply chain people are screaming alarms about right now, as in no Christmas turkeys, no Christmas ornaments, no Christmas trees for under $300 for a fresh one, etc. That is going to cause a lot of ordinary people that are missing 90% of what's going on because they're oblivious to reality to wake up and smell the coffee and say, hey, wait a minute. This is looking like those pictures I saw of the 1930s. I'd better panic buy everything in sight when there's nothing left to panic buy. So, consensus of opinion in the people that do nothing with their time but predict doom, gloom, and the end of life as we know it, is that this pressure is going to continue to build below the threshold of your average John Q. Public oblivious person until a series of seemingly inconsequential triggering events occur. Like some dude in Ohio realizes that the store that he has shopped at his entire life closed one day without warning because there was no stock left. Or, Mrs. John Q. Public in Nebraska realizes that one brand of salad dressing that she is the only brand that she will use is not in the store, and she goes Karen on the manager and says, well, when's your truck coming in? And he says, that's been on back order for weeks. we may not get it anymore. It's not being made. And if enough of these inconsequential events happen to enough people in disparate areas, they start looking around and they're like, wait a minute. And they turn to places like Reddit, the front page of the internet, and Facebook, and they say, hey, wait a minute. I didn't notice a lot of stuff that always used to just be everywhere is not anywhere anymore. And then other people start sharing their experiences with this and saying, oh yeah, and have you looked for this, that, and the other thing? And the consensus of opinion in the doomsayers clubs is that is what is going to trigger the ultimate collapse of things. And that is a type of collapse that nobody knows how to predict as to whether it's going to be a slow train wreck or whether there will be spontaneous eruptions of civil disorder in multiple places on the same day for entirely different reasons. There's no way to predict that because even John Nash, the game modeling genius, the man who invented game theory, could not have predicted those types of events. You never know what 340 million different people, what is going to be their red line, what is going to be their thing that sends them from, wow, I got a little hinky feeling into, holy shit, it really is in the world. So I think that's why a lot of people I know are getting out of stocks right now and pulling their money out of banks because if Biden does get his way with the IRS, if you have more than $600 of activity on your bank account in a year, the IRS is allowed to keep tabs on you. So a lot of people are kind of divesting themselves of these kind of things because they figure if they sit on it, whatever happens, once the market has hit rock bottom, and before the market comes up again, because the market will likely recover lagging behind everything else rather than ahead of everything else, that's when they're going to get in so that they become millionaires.
Another point.
Yeah.
A lot of people became millionaires in the Depression because when you short a stock, you're betting it's going to go down, and you make money when it goes down. Now the thing is, many times it's easier to figure out which company is going to go down than which company is going to go
As
up.
a matter of fact, in Gone with the Wind, Brett Butler made that point. Brett Butler pointed out that you make fast money in the decline and fall of a civilization, and you make slow money in the rise of a civilization. So, Brett Butler was smarter than the frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn would have you believe. Of course, anybody who saw that movie knows that, and Clark Gable. Perfect. Very well cast. And yeah, Mr. Lodak, I agree. Fibonacci retraces are definitely something that the bots use in the market. I mean, I have nothing against the market, but if I still had stocks, my gut would be screaming at me to get out and sit on it at the moment because that's my gut. My gut is like that.
What about mining stock? Precious metal mining stocks. That's good.
Precious metal mining stocks, most of the people I know that are in them are not buying U.S. mining stocks right now, except for small cap and mid cap companies that are in non-controversial things, like coffee. When it comes to offshore companies, Canada, Australia, even China in some cases, they're really getting into the rare earths, the precious metals, the nickel, the industrial metals, and they're sinking all of their money into foreign mining concerns.
Okay.
Because with our current administration and with the current social and political and economic unrest in this country, the odds of an American company being able to do anything big here are pretty darn low. I don't blame anybody right now that is investing in foreign mining stocks rather than U.S. mining stocks. I would still, if I were going to invest in stocks, buy stocks in small and mid-cap American mining companies. because the only way to try to keep any mining industry viable in the United States and hopefully attract some mining companies back into the United States is to show that money is there. You have to make it, you have to vote with your wallet on this one too. You know? And yes, truth seeker fundamentals are huge and public sentiment these days is huge. I think public sentiment is greatly magnified by social media. It used to be that if a company like, say, Coca-Cola or Verizon or AT&T, three companies that are now pushing critical race theory, by the way, and asking people to apologize for being white. Before social media, if a company did something that bizarre, off the wall, and offensive to half of their customer base or more, you likely would not hear about it. Because even if there were a whistleblower, the whistleblower could approach a dozen media firms, and the media firms would say, we're not interested in the story. He might get a far left organization or like Mother Jones that nobody used to pay attention to, or a far right organization like InfoWars that nobody used to pay attention to cover something like that. But the odds of it actually becoming common knowledge were extremely small. But now we have social media. Social media has proven to be a huge magnifier of public sentiment and public outrage. So now a whistleblower can go out and they can gin up in a very short period of time a very large amount of public hue and cry and outrage against the company for whatever reason. As we saw lately, Ben and Jerry's released a brand new woke ice cream flavor. This was after, of course, they were once again dissing Israel, which kind of pissed a lot of people off. And yeah, that created public outrage. As we saw when Hobby Lobby quite rightly said, we are a Christian company. We have a permanent track record from day one of this, so we don't want to offer contraceptives in our insurance plans during the Obama days. Before social media, most of America probably would not have even heard about that. But because of social media, everybody knew. And everybody not only knew the facts of the story, which really weren't all that controversial, they got the telephone version of the story that made it look like Hobby Lobby were foaming at the mouth religious Nazis that were purposely intimidating and degrading single mothers or who knows what else the hell else the left was saying. And that's the thing is today, yes, analytics like Mr. Rodak follows, you have a place. They have a place when you're trading and pitting wits against the bot traders on the market. They have a place when you're following Nancy Pelosi's trades, which a lot of people on Reddit are doing now because she's got an amazing track record for making money. You can find out herself 2 weeks post. Technicals have a real place here. Fundamentals have a real place in letting you know how badly overinflated a stock is. Because most of the fundamentals out there now are nowhere near justifying the ridiculous prices that those stocks are selling for. This lets you know the actual value of the company. But the public sentiment part now has an outsized level of importance because of social media and because these companies are so terrified of being canceled by the left. They're terrified of being canceled by the left because the left is the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. The left are the ones that practice outrage and picketing and public shaming. The right tend not to do that. So it makes sense that these companies will pander to the left and say, well, we probably don't have that many customers that are conservative. That's very short-sighted thinking on their part. But then again, I've never understood a company that would put out a public position that is bound to alienate at least half of your potential customer base. That is stupid. That is bad business.
Just keep your mouth shut.
Keep your mouth shut and say nothing to anybody. Ever. Period. Be apolitical. Be above the maddening crowd here. You know? Stay above the maddening crowd. But they're not doing that. Yeah, the government did confiscate a bank in Greece a few years ago. In Crete, as a matter of fact, it was a bail-in, and there's no reason why the same thing couldn't happen here at some point in the future.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
took 15% of all bank accounts or something.
Yeah, just poof. And that's one of the reasons that I personally don't like banks. It's just too easy to make your money go poof. But anyway, I think we've kind of gone on enough tangents tonight, and I have taken enough time away from our two mining experts, Professor Hard Rock and Miner Jim here. So for now, I will just say, Arizona sucks rocks. Please, people, stock up on the stuff you need. Just a couple of extra cans with each shopping trip will make a difference. Because, oh, by the way, Costco is also starting to limit toilet paper sales again. Just so you know. And I will see you all next week.
Okay.
Mr.
So
Ronak gave you applause.
applause.
Truth Seeker, fabulous again. Yeah, Truth Seeker, she is getting better. Absolutely. I say she's the graft site on her leg isn't healing as fast as it should, but there doesn't seem to be any danger there. It's just they're going to see if they can do something to help it heal a little bit quicker. And Patrick was happy. I wouldn't bet even on that, gold miner. You know, I'm not sure what the government can do on the internet, but yeah, shut it down. Say, I don't know. This is some weird times. I've asked a couple people recently, and I'm trying to do this with everyone. I'm 65 years old. Whenever I see someone at least as old as Jim or older, I say, have you ever seen anything like this at all? And everyone is like, absolutely not. This is completely weird.
Every day is getting strange.
Yeah, it absolutely is. By the way, Chris, are you still there or not? Just questioning. Yeah. Somebody had a question at the beginning, and I said, let's see. Oh, yeah, Lars had a question about Chapman flux, and he wants to thin it. It seems to be pretty viscous in what he's doing. First of all, they make a thinner, and I told him about that. I'm not sure exactly how well it works. My smelts seem to have done reasonably in terms of the slag looked very glassy and clean and stuff. But another thing is, are you getting a high enough temperature? I think the thinner is borax and fluorite, but I'm not sure. And if there's anyone out there that does, if you could jump in and give us a little feedback on that, that might be very useful. I'll do more reducing, I think. Yeah. But let's say I don't know.
I always use just borax. That's a little bit clean. And that seemed to keep the flux clean, separate.
Okay.
Get the gold to separate from the flux.
Okay. anyhow, so that was one question that we got distracted a little bit from. For those of you who showed up late, so you can obviously see Eva's doing much better than initially. Things in her mouth seem to be healing up okay. There's certain things that are not going to heal, like nerve damage and such. But let's say everything seems to be proceeding there. The mill, once I get those pumps, I should be up to 500 to 1,000 pounds a day capacity. And yes, Douglas, that is correct. We think it somehow got the wrong microphone working, and once you're on the live stream, you can't change it. So yes, I think that is the problem, and I'm not sure what I can do. You know, I try to be careful, make sure I get the right selection. But I mean, I did go through the selection process, so I'm not sure. But yes, that does. Other people have noticed it and commented on it. It's that mic up there that we're using instead of the one down here that we have been using in the last several things. That's why if I go like this, you can probably hear me better.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so hopefully the pumps will be in this weekend, and we'll get on that. I'm going to be building ladder track for the middle decline this week, and hopefully in a week or two be actually starting to mine. Yeah, I'd say that's unfortunate, but again, short of actually shutting down the stream. And I asked everyone, do you want me to shut down the stream and restart? And there wasn't much enthusiasm for that. But yes, that's say one of the big problems I see with this stupid program is that it doesn't give me a way to change hardware. You know,
Not in stream. That's the problem.
You know, and that's like, what the hell am I supposed to do here if something is cattywampus? What happens if I lose a mic? You know, it just goes bad. You know, very, very frustrating. I got the camera done right. Check S. I can't check it. Well, we did
before, but
yeah.
Once the stream is running, there's nowhere to go in here and change a microphone.
Yeah, say we nobody brought it up until we were in a bit, and then at that point again, it's like, you want me to stop and restart? Because I can't hear. I mean, I sound perfectly good to me. Except a little confused at times. But say, don't be afraid, especially at the beginning of the stream. If something is bad, let me know. I can see the video, but I can't hear the audio. And I say, I don't know what the heck went cattywampus. That's probably true, God. Yeah. So anyhow, I'm also doing resin tests. We should have some results midweek on that. At least very preliminary results, getting us an idea where to go from there. And you can be up there in the hills again.
Yeah, for the next 3 or 4 days anyway.
Yeah.
We should be pretty close to ready for winter, I guess.
If you're ready for winter and you still got good weather, you're going to be doing more stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll keep going, but the important things we need to get done really need to get done this week.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of.
And then after that, anything we get after that's just more days in the field.
Yeah. I say I'm concerned about the leaching more than the mining end of the whole deal, because that plumbing will start freezing up pretty quick. And we don't have enough power out there to just run, like, wrap a blanket and put an electric heater out there either. Let it run. Yeah. It's not going to happen. So anyhow, that's what we are. Are there any other questions or anything?
Yeah. another subject you want us to cover in the future, that'd be another one. That,
Good leaching requires multiple leachates. Leachate, you mean leachants, as in different chemicals. One tank will not produce good results. In my case, that does not appear to be the case, although it's actually a blend of chemicals. But I've seen stuff where cyanide plants were getting well over 90% recovery, in a tank leach situation. So, depending on the ore, you might have to do certain things, but just for dissolving the gold, you should be able to get by with one leaching chemical. If you're doing more stuff than that, I don't know. Yeah, I said my bottle roll test, I was getting like 90% in 24 hours of agitation. So that's pretty good.
That's a good number.
Yeah.
Real good number.
Well, I haven't been weighing everything, etc., out at the mill. The pregnant solution I've been getting indicates I'm getting fairly high recoveries into that pregnant solution. Yeah. So, say we're shooting for better than 90% recovery. It looks like it's relatively easily doable with this ore because the gold is so small and not terribly crystal locked. Question is, how easy it's going to be to get out of solution into the form of gold. We have a couple of stratagems there that we haven't barely started to test yet. Yeah, this whole winter thing is kind of weird here. Where I'm from, man, if you come out in the morning and your hose is frozen, it was a damn cold night, Wait till 10 o'clock and then you can use it again.
Not here.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because it could freeze in October and not thaw till April.
Yeah, if it was a cloudy night, so you don't have sun in the morning, it's not usually going to get below freezing.
Yeah.
In a fairly large system, that's not a bad idea. Where you're ball milling with your leach solution in the ball mill, it's not a bad idea because you're getting leaching from the get-go. Depending upon your extraction process, you may need to do a good classification after the ball mill, but anytime you're doing like carbon and leach or resin and leach, you're going to have to do that classification anyhow. And I don't see any reason why not ball milling with your leaching solution. I have seen some places, what was his name, Nikunj in Tanzania, they were dry ball milling using a ball mill for cement and then vat leaching it, but that is far from optimum in my estimation. In my case, where we're doing it on the micro scale, a ball mill is a pretty big, heavy piece of equipment to be lugging around.
Energy costs too.
And so you just,
energy is an expense that you want to make sure you figure in.
Yeah, in terms of though for energy cost per ton, a ball mill is highly efficient. It's got kind of a certain minimum size. I mean, I'd hate to see what a 100 ton per hour ball mill, a 100 pound per hour ball mill would be, would probably be pretty expensive for what you're getting out of it. Generally, your smaller ball mills will be in the multiple tons of that per hour, and then they very quickly go up to the tens to thousands of tons. But nothing wrong with a ball mill. Rubber linings work good. In the larger ball mills, lifter bars in the rubber lining improve efficiency. So there's a lot of things. But yeah, ball milling with leaching solution is a good way at a certain scale. Absolutely. In my case, I can pretty much guarantee I put everything I've got out there for well less than the cost of one small ball mill. You know, especially if you go with new cost. So I say it depends on your scale and a few other things. But yeah, that's not a bad way to go about it. Absolutely, Douglas. Any other questions or comments or anything? Oh. I know it didn't seem like I got a lot done this week, but I did a lot of work to get that, leveling that area out there. I got one afternoon, I did 450 pounds of rock with my mill just one afternoon. That's pretty, it was about 4 hours work. And all I was doing, that's why I was clearing that area and a few other things. And just, keep adding. Yeah, you want small particle size. Is continuous agitation required? It will reduce your energy cost. I'm not sure exactly how much. I do have a test planned for that, where basically I would be doing intermittent agitation. In my particular case, with my particular ore, I would tend to agree, Argonaut. I think so too. If you're in a situation with limited energy, which we are at the ranch for sure, then the intermittent agitation makes a lot of sense. If you're going for just maximum recovery and energy and wear and things like that are not significant considerations, then continuous agitation definitely gets you the best kinetics. By how much, I don't know, because I haven't done those tests yet. And I'm sure, like everything else, it'll depend on the ore. But I was surprised at how much the reduction in dissolution was with just changing the pulp density from 2 to 1 to 1 to 1. Went from, what was it, like near 90% recovery down to 65% recovery in 24 hours by just going with a higher pulp density. And I say I was surprised it was that substantial. But again, you're still at 65% recovery in 24 hours. And considering that cement mixer is the bottleneck, I've just been pushing it. Now that I got a bigger agitation tank, where to run it at the proper solution strength, it still takes me 4 hours of milling just to make a charge to get that. Yeah. Plastic. Yes, our thoughts are on the aluminum being corroded. We do think it's an issue. There are hydroxides in it for sure. Among other things, we know that we're adding calcium hydroxide, lime, but I suspect there may be a little lye or something like that in it too. And so that's why we didn't. I mean, I've had the capacity to fire up that trash pump and run it, but we haven't done it because the brand new trash pump, $250. Rather not, just corrode it for a very short period of time. We just wait and get the other pumps. But yeah, they're plastic pumps. They're cheap. They're 1 horsepower pumps for like $65 each delivered. And at that rate, the basic plan to save wear and to save energy is when I'm not there, we'll have 2 timers, one for each each pump, and have like pump 1 come on at say 10 o'clock in the morning. Then pump 2 kicks in at 10:02. That way your starting surge does not coincide with the system, because Electric motors will draw like 3 to 5 times the running amps during the starting phase. So if you've got a 15 amp circuit and the running amps is near 13, if you start both of those at once, it's going to way overload the circuit and likely trip your breaker if it's not for a very short period of time. So the idea is to start one pump, then start the other pump, and then after a certain period of time, which will be determined by observation, as it's all stirring and going real well and everything, then shut down the secondary pump, because once everything's moving, you shouldn't need near as much to keep it moving. And in that case, why waste the energy in the wear? I believe they're ceramic, but I'm not sure. Okay. And in terms of splash zone, you can coat the outside of a pump with something, but coating the inside is probably very difficult, but you're probably going to radically decrease the efficiency of the pump. The surfaces are smooth and precisely shaped, and if you put any kind of a coating on that, unless it was very thin and very uniform, you're probably going to mess that up. Because it's all plastic, it doesn't matter. There'll be no corrosion. Generally, with the real small particles in slurry like that, it shouldn't be much erosion either. I'm not sure what hydrophobic Belzona is, but it's plastic. It's already hydrophobic. You know? Again, these things are so inexpensive that it's easy to just have a spare one on the shelf. I know of no plastics used for plumbing that would attract the gold at all. The beads are specifically made to do so, and they're not like normal plastic at all. An ion exchange resin is a very, very specific kind of plastic, whereas the plastics used in pumps, pipes, and then PVC, HDPE, things like that. And I'm not aware that any of those have any affinity for gold from solution. You know, so it should not be an issue. Metallic parts are a different story. You do not want to be using like galvanized pipe, because it's galvanized with zinc, and zinc does precipitate gold out of solution.
Yep.
Yep. As a matter of fact, I may try just getting a little piece of galvanized sheet metal or something and then running solution over it just to see what happens.
See if you pick up any color.
Yeah, see if it starts going, it's getting yellow. That would be kind of cool. But anyhow, that's this thing. And I'm going to try some zinc precipitation experiments too, more for the heck of it than any belief that it's likely to be a good methodology of getting the gold out of the leaching solution. Yeah, by ISB, if you go to Mount Baker Mining, what is it now, MBM LLC or something like that? But Mount Baker Mining and Machinery, they have a YouTube channel, and yeah, all he does is he takes the Portland cement and makes a dish in the top and puts his lead or collector metal in that, and then furnaces it. And it's not like he casts it or makes a solid thing. It's just the powder is shaped, and then put the lead on top of it, and it'll act like a cupel, according to him. He's got a video on it. It looked like it worked. I haven't tried it myself, but he seems to be pretty reliable on these things. And when he screws up, he lets everyone know. So, but yeah, just Portland cement and leave it in its powdered form. Just make a dish on the top and put it on something. Dish on the top. Put it in the furnace with the lead on top, and it should absorb the lead oxide as it forms. Now, gold miner, is that cast Portland cement or just Portland powder? Because I wouldn't think the Portland powder would crack that much. Don't know. Yeah. Or you could even make like a cast thing and then line it with the powder. Deal with it. I don't know. Yeah, QPAL was specifically made for it. Portland powder, huh? Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I'd want to have like secondary containment in it. You know, like you take a crucible and fill it near the top with the Portland cement, dish it, then put your stuff in that way. Anything gets through the Portland cement, it's still in your crucible. Never done it myself, so I don't have any personal experience with that. You need to try and press it in pretty tightly, huh? Yeah, that would make sense. Less airspace, less room for expansion and such, or settling. Sounds like Gold Miner has tried it sometime in the past.
Yeah, that's something I never played with.
Neither have I. I've never done anything where I was compelling. I've been there when we were casting gold bars, but it was just a simple flux. And it's made out of bone ash. I'm not sure what the exact chemical is. Wow. Thank you, Tricky. I appreciate it.
That's interesting.
Amber Step 21K, huh? 60 grams per liter. Did it? Now that would of course be liters in terms of the beads packed. Did it tell you per pound? How many pounds per liter? Any idea? Or how many pounds per cubic foot? Because you can certainly see a cubic foot isn't that big, and 60 ounces, that's a lot of gold. Yeah, so that wouldn't be too hard. And also, Tricky, do you have a price on that? You're in the Philippines, I believe, but do you have a price at your location? I wonder where DuPont makes it. I mean, it's likely they make it in the United States, but it could easily be made overseas too. Number 721K. This is why I like the, what do you call it? You get a group that looks up the number set. There used to be an amberane resin that I knew would get like 5 ounces per pound. I'm guessing a cubic foot of resin beads, if this is any indication, would only be a couple pounds. You know, this stuff here is pretty darn light. I mean, I don't know if you can see, there's your level right there. That's only 200 grams. So this whole jar would be about a pound. And how many? 3 inches. Got 4 inches. There's a calculator over there. Yep. Okay, so 1.5 times 1.5 times 4 equals 9 cubic inches per foot. Okay, so we got 9 cubic inches per pound. So I don't think so. 192 pounds, that's more than water. I've done something wrong. Liter is about 2.2 pounds of water. So 60 grams, it's going to be less than 2.2 pounds. Let's call it 2. That'd be 30 grams per pound, about 1 ounce per pound. You know? Well, it's not just the specific gravity of the resin, but the gravity, specific gravity of the resin in the form it's cast. You know, it's made, the beads, etc. But yeah, what's the bulk density of the the resin I have does not float. It settles reasonably well. As a matter of fact, let me go get a bottle and see what to show you.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Looks like it'd be a product worth testing, that's for sure. Find one?
Okay. One not going to be terribly easy to see.
No, it's pretty fine stuff.
But there it is on the bottom there. That's the resin. As you can see, it's fairly dense. It settles pretty well. And this is 1 gram of resin for 500 grams of solution. We'll see how that works out. 670 grams per liter, 1.25 pounds per liter, so almost 2 ounces per pound. That's pretty good. So called 1.5 ounces per pound. It absorbs the gold, not the leaching fluid. It's purely designed, I mean, the purpose is for it to get the gold out of the leaching solution so that the leaching solution has very little gold and it's in the resin. In this case here, you can see how much solution there is and how little resin. If all the gold is in that resin, which is a possibility, then we got about a 500 to 1 concentration. And that allows you to do a lot of things. One of which possibly is that the stuff that Tricky Dicky is talking about here. Oh, thank you, Tricky. I appreciate it. He sent me a PDF. When you're talking, 1.5 ounces per pound, if the price isn't too high, you could easily ash that. I mean, even if it was like $100 a pound, if you could load it up to that 1.5 ounces, you're now looking at $2,600. So even if you destroyed the resin, it would be a 4% cost.
Yeah,
That's true. And that would not be horrible. Now, if it was a more moderate price, if you go down at $25 a pound, you'd be looking at a 1% cost. And in that case, you're looking at a question of simplicity versus complexity. If, for example, you're only using 1 pound of, let's see. Let's suppose you're recovering an ounce a day, okay? So you need about a pound a day, okay? That's, what did I say, at $25 a day, not very expensive. If to replace that ashing process, you had to put in a stripping circuit that cost you $1,000 or a couple $1,000, and the chemicals, which are consumables, then you may easily find out that the simplicity and the lack of capital cost more than compensates for the lack of reusability on the resin. And another possibility is too, if you can really load that resin solid, I mean really full, You can then take that resin, dry it, put it in a container, and stash it somewhere, and no one will have any idea what the heck is in it. You know, the burger will go right past it. Okay, $28 per kilogram. Sweet.
That's a decent price.
Thank you, Tricky. Yeah, because assuming that it wouldn't be any more than that here, you're looking at $15 a pound. So we got 1.5 times 1750 equals divide by 15. 15 divide by 1750 divide 1.5. Yeah, less than 0.5%, about 0.57%.
Which would be definitely economical.
Yeah, I'd say.
Tricky, are you guys cyaniding over there? I'm assuming if you've got pretty good background here and what we're trying to do here.
But yeah, I'd say that would be fine, because if you can avoid the whole stripping circuit part of the operation and just go straight to smelting gold, that's nice. Now, you could either ash the resin or potentially come up with a flux that will oxidize the resin in the furnace, and all one operation, you know. Okay, he's now using Jin Chan. Yeah, that was that other, probably a somewhat similar sort of thing, a thiosulfate diurea, something like that.
Well, he'd probably tell you.
No, he did. He sent me the information.
On the Jim Chan.
I forget exactly what was in it. Yeah, say the grams per liter is as formed. If you take a look at this stuff here, there's a lot of space between those beads. And that's why, there you go. You can see those are just a bunch of beads, so there's a lot of void space between them. And I can tell you this is, I mean, that's 200 grams right there, according to, that's what Chris sent. He said it was, he was sending me 200 grams of each. So, I'd say it's denser than water on an individual particle basis, but it's a bunch of particles shipped in a package, so there's a lot of void space involved, and that's why the apparent discrepancy. Like the rubber in the tire is a lot denser than the tire itself. The tire will float if it's got air in it, but if you take the rim out, throw it in the lake, it'll sink to the bottom. I'm going to work on that, but Tricky apparently does. Let's see if Tricky answers that one. I really appreciate all the help, Tricky.
Well, that's cool to get information from different angles.
This crowdsourcing thing is really cool.
Yeah.
Someone's getting rid of it. Keep going! Wow. I'm a celebrity.
You've been doing it for enough years.
Yeah. Apparently he's been watching for a while, too.
Well, you had some good videos over the years. Worth watching.
Yeah, so it's a little bit denser than water, not much. And the particle size is also a key factor in a number of things. For example, this particular stuff that I've got is way too fine for resin and leach, because those particles are like 50 mesh. To try and get all your ore ground well below that, and then sieve it separate, it'd be tricky. So usually a resin bead for like carbon and pulp is going to be much bigger than that, probably in the 12 to 15 mesh range would be my guess. Not sure, but yeah, that's the thing is when you go to a bigger bead, you have less surface area. And of course, everything's surface area dependent. So a carbon and pulp system or a resin and pulp system will kind of have different loading kinetics than if you had a resin and column system with a smaller particle size. According to Chris, they make refillable cartridges that you can put this stuff in and put it in the filter housing. And so that has some really interesting possibilities. So we shall see. Hey, Thalia, you want to see Eva? Here she is. She's coming over here.
Hi, Sarah. How goes it?
Thanks, David. What I really
Glad to hear it.
like is how everyone's cooperating, trying to help everybody else, and she's doing homework right now. And so when especially you have some guy just come in from out of the blue, some country somewhere. Actually, I have some information on that too. You go first, Jim.
Yes, there is gold in it. You want to have it tested or assayed to verify that, because not all black sand will carry gold. But in the right instances, like up here, definitely there was gold in the black sand.
Mining Magnets called me up a couple days ago, and he got some. He's got a friend or something that has some concentrates from dredging the Middle Fork of the Boise.
Mm-hmm.
He says not only does it have gold that you can see locked up in the black sands themselves, of course, the part chunks, but that the guy who has this stuff said that he sent some off to the guy who supposedly smelted some silver out of it.
That's very possible.
And so
It could even carry platinum or something if you're in the right geological sense of
So anyhow, he was asking me, first thing you got to do is, crush it and do some other stuff. And of course, he's from Boise.
Yeah.
Okay. However, Prospector Trip was near Boise.
Yeah.
So he was supposed to call Prospector Trip yesterday, and they were going to get together. He was going to take it over to Tripp's house and grind it up on Tripp's mill. Yeah.
And they can play with it.
So yeah, it should be.
No, definitely, and it may be even oxidizing it, with heat, just like roasting sulfides, and then grinding it in order to get the gold out of it. But you should be able to actually get the gold out, and maybe just a smelting move.
But and another thing you can do is if you heat it like you were roasting sulfides, then just pour it directly in water, and it shatters.
Right, it'll break it up.
Yeah. Gold miner. According to this, the guy got like an ounce out of a coffee can or something. I don't know.
That's very possible.
I say it could easily be.
Because I know in that placer up there, we did have native silver that we found for one time that was kind of an oddity that we actually found native silver in a placer.
It was actually native silver, not just silver mineral?
No, it was native silver. We took it over to Butte and had them test it because I'm like, we were recovering a lot of amalgam gold from the old timers, and we're recovering some just raw mercury that really didn't have any gold in it.
Yeah.
In our sluice boxes, so we were cleaning the stream bed as we were mining it. But we had this product one day, and I had about a half a pint jar full of it that I kind of cleaned up in there. And we sat looking at it, it's like, that is not amalgamated gold. And it's like, let's take some of it over to the, over to Butte, to the school, and have them analyze it and see what it is.
Interesting, gold miner.
I believe that.
Yeah. But anyhow, I say, Coulter and Prospector Trip are supposedly going to get together and have some fun with that. Sounds good.
Yeah, there's a lot of science you can do, even if you're doing just a small amount of plastering with your high bank or something. If you're paying attention to the minerals and the things that are there and have the testing done, it may surprise you what's all there.
Huh. Yeah, that could work to some extent, Jeff. I know when I was dredging the middle fork of the Boise there, the gold was so flaky. It was ridiculous. So I've got videos from back then, and I mean, it did not even like to penetrate the black sand. You'd be sitting there, and you'd liquefy and everything, then you'd start canning, and real quick you'd see gold. It would not get through to the can. It was pretty hilarious. The best cleanup device I saw in use there was a gold cube. It reduced the volume dramatically without any detectable losses to me. I could not pan any gold out of the table.
That's good.
Everything else had detectable losses, and like a Miller table was just incredibly tedious. I didn't do that.
Some of it. That's the problem when you get to that fine cleanup stuff. It's just the hours you could put into very little recovery.
Luckily, that was not my job.
Yeah.
I was the guy I was working for would do the cleanup, and then he'd give me his tailings, and I would do a magnetic separation on it first, and then I was testing my first iteration wave table and such, and I was able to do a fair amount of playing around with stuff, and it was fun. I guess, 5 cubic foot drum, $1,500 online. So that would be $300 a cubic foot. Okay. Thank you, Douglas. I appreciate it. And I say these are the sort of numbers. If we can get those loading factors, we could just, furnace it. That doesn't sound like a fish story to me. It's just a deeply buried placer. It's good stuff. How thick was that stratum? Was it of a substantial size that it might be worth actually doing some more drilling and seeing if there's an ore body down there that could be, run a shaft to? I'm guessing not much. But yeah. Huh. Thick black deposit. A lot of chunky
250 feet down, that's not that far to get to with a shaft.
Yeah. There's 250 feet.
I've asked a few ranchers around here, when you guys have drilled water wells, have you ever tested anything? And they all look at you and go, never thought of that.
Are you crazy?
They never thought of it until, somebody brings it up after the fact, and I'm like, yeah, it'd be so easy to catch that gravel when you're drilling a water well and just check it. It may tell you something that you might want to know. That could create a problem if you got to go 250 feet deep and the water table's at 180. Yeah, I know, but that's where the expenses come in if you have to pump everything in order to keep digging. Yeah, that's true, Jeff. I mean, around here, though, nobody seemed to have been checking. And on some of these, I guess you'd call them really alluvial fans, lower parts of the drainages where they put in wells, it's like, why wouldn't you check, because if there's decent gold in the first 100 feet or something, you may have a piece of ground that actually is mineable.
Yeah, if there's enough gold, it's amazing what you can do.
That sounds about par for the course gold miner. That happens.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know if you're familiar with the mines in South Africa. They're
I've
with
read
water
about
mines.
some of it.
But not only are they extremely deep, deeper than you can get with one cable,
Yeah.
but they're also underneath a giant limestone deposit, which is caved, filled with water. So there's a company called Cementation, and what they did was they would, they want a shaft here, so they'll drill a bunch of holes all the way around it and inject grout and fill all the gaps in the limestone, basically make a plug 500 feet across of concrete, and then drive the shaft through the concrete. Yep.
Huh.
Yep.
An easy way to test sulfides like pyrites presence of gold.
Well, it depends on how much gold they have. And I presume you mean something like a field test, because it's real easy to send it to an assay lab,
Right, that's
but
the
it's not
easiest.
quick and cheap.
Right.
First thing you can do is just crush it finely and then hand pan it. If there's gold in large enough particles that you can actually see them, they will behave differently than the pyrite. They will separate. And take care, David.
Yeah, thanks, David.
And so, yes, you can pan gold away from pyrites. The negative is if you've got fairly pure pyrites with very low oxidation or whatever, the gold may be so fine you're not going to see it. Even this stuff at Montana B, where it's pretty well oxidized, I'm only panning 5 or 10% of the actual gold involved because it's so damn fine. Absolutely.
But you were able to tell you had gold.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean, that's probably the test he's looking for is can you decide if there is gold there?
Yeah. And you can roast it.
That's what I would do.
And then crush it.
Roast it and then pan it.
Adam says, what is heap leaching? Okay, you got your thing over there,
Yeah,
right?
we can give you a board. We'll give you a board. Here's a pen. I'll get out of the way here for you.
Okay. Where's the pen?
Here, there.
Okay. Well, first of all, I assume, Adam, that you understand that leaching is literally dissolving the gold from the rock. Originally started with cyanide. Now they have some other chemicals that can do it, but it literally dissolves the gold. And in the case of heap leaching, you have a variety of advantages and disadvantages. Let's get leaching here. There are 3 basic types. One is adjudication leaching, where you crush your rock fine, put it in a tank, and stir it. Okay? This is the most effective in terms of it will dissolve the gold the best, you get the highest percentage recovery there. Okay? The next one is what they call vat leaching. I'm going to draw it bigger here because I realized that was pretty small. And you just have a hole in the ground usually, and you fill it with crushed rock. You typically have a little bit of a false bottom, like, furring strips with canvas over top so that it can drain. You put in your ore, and then you pour solution on top, and you can drain it out the bottom. Now, you've crushed the rock fine, so you've expose the gold fairly well, but because it's not moving, the solution doesn't come in contact with the gold nearly as well.
Yeah.
So this takes much longer and does not get as good a recovery. This is often over 90%. This would typically be more like 80 to 90% recovery. This would be basically 21 to 2 days. And this would be more like 10 to 20 days.
Because they just keep adding solution.
Yeah, they just keep recirculating. Now, heap leaching, you do not pulverize the ore. You crush it, or you use what they call run of mine. It would depend upon the rock, how porous it is, how well it gets broken up during the mining process, etc. The place I used to work, we used run of mine ore. That's unusual. More likely they would like crush it to 3/4 inch mine. Now John's on. And in heap leaching, you take a large area, cover it with some kind of waterproof membrane, typically tough plastic, and then you stack the ore on top, and you sprinkle solution on top of it. The solution works its way through, comes out, there's a pond here, and the advantage to heap leaching is it's very cheap because you don't have the grinding costs, you don't have tanks that you're having to fill and unfill and all this other stuff. This, you stack it, you leach it. Okay? The negative is you're typically only going to get 50 to 70% recovery, and it's going to take you months. Okay? This is suitable for large quantities of low-grade ore. Okay? Because it's cheap enough that you can actually make money if you have enough ore. This is less expensive than an agitation leach, very commonly used in low-tech environments like Africa, South America, artisanal scale mining, and stuff like that.
Here,
Oh yeah, love it. Very cheap.
Big wooden tanks.
Yep.
Like Keith said, they put canvas in the bottom as the liner and a pipe. It was a pretty simple system.
The stuff I've seen is usually masonry. They'll take like
Yeah,
rocks
make a right.
and mortar like that.
Make a bathtub.
But that's it there. This is very capital intensive, it's energy intensive, but you get really good recovery. So this is for higher grade ores. This is for more intermediate grade ores, and this would be for low grade ores. Typically, something like this would be 0.1 ounces per ton and less. This would generally be between, say, 0.25 to 0.1 ounces per ton. And actually, this is rarely ever used except because of technology. This, on the other hand, is 0.1 ounces per ton and up. Okay? The higher grade ores, this recovery percentage covers these costs. It makes sense to do it this way. You can see if you have a 1/10 of an ounce to the ton, and you're getting, say, 60% recovery there, you're getting 0.06 ounces per ton recovered, and here you would be getting 0.09 ounces per ton. So the difference is 0.03 times, so about $51 a ton different in terms of your recovery. So on a large scale, this is probably in the neighborhood of $20 to $40 a ton right now. On the intermediate scale that we were running, we were doing 14,000 tons a day, which on the scale of heap leaching mines is intermediate. We were getting a cost of $5 a ton for processing costs. So that's why. Now, one of your big problems, Adam, is permitting. Okay. Um, with cyanide, it's a toxic chemical. This is sitting right on the ground. It can penetrate. It can contaminate groundwater. It's been heavily overblown by the environmentalists, but nevertheless, environmental permitting costs are going to be high there because, yeah, let's say Cripple Creek, exactly. This is what they're doing. Permitting costs are high. When you have a system like this where it's up off the ground, you can have a secondary containment
control.
so that any spill is immediately detected and can be dealt with. You would have barriers such that all the liquid in this can dump and it's not going to overflow your secondary containment. And the problem with this, you can't see the leak very easily.
Nope.
And so that's the problem. But the heap leaching, very low cost, and suitable for low-grade ores in large volumes.
Yep.
I say we were a small mine. We did 14,000 tons a day.
You know, some of these big mines are doing 150.
Yeah,
they're doing thousands, hundreds of thousands of tons.
exactly.
It's just incredible, you know, but again, it's such low grade that it would be the only way it's even effective to do
Absolutely.
it.
There's no way you can make money out
Right.
of any other
Any
way.
other way.
We can't even do that in Montana because cyanide was made illegal in Montana. Was that the legislature or was that an initiative?
There was, I think it was legislative, but it was, you know, there was enough bad things that happened here, especially with just letting things get away.
Yeah.
And, you know, unfortunately, at the time, Montana was one of the only places in the world cyanide was illegal.
Yeah. So,
Now there's a lot of different countries that are starting to make cyanide illegal.
which is why the thiosulfate solution will be coming
They're
to
coming up with some cleaner ideas.
Yeah.
But technology that, you know, we have technology now that we didn't have 40 years ago.
Oh yeah.
That's just incredible as far as what we're capable of doing in the mining industry that they probably wish they had 40 or 50 years ago. But
Well, 40 or 50 years ago was when Caterpillar first came up with the 125-ton mechanical drive haul truck.
Yeah.
Up to then, they were all diesel electric because nobody could build a transmission and driveline that could handle the shock loading of 1,000 horsepower. Yeah. And I'm not sure if the bigger cat trucks, I think they're still mechanical drive. And I think they're up to 350 tons now. And they're gigantic, huge. Yeah. And there's another tire technology. They used to have a big Euclid truck that I think it was Iron Mountain Mine. And it was a 3-axle truck because the tires couldn't handle that kind of weight if you only had 4 of them. And so they had 6. Well, now they got tires that can do that. Right? So technology makes things change. How's that, Adam? Give you a good answer there? So anyhow, that's the difference. And what we're doing is a combination of this. I'm doing a tank leach for the first 24 hours, then dumping it on a liner and allowing us to get more, also using that as a filtration system. You're welcome, Adam. So that's what I'm doing is trying to use the pad as a filter and everything too.
The last percentages.
Yeah. And I may be doing some testing on trying to get actually a coarser grind out of that mill because right now, well, I'm getting a lot of slide. I'm going to try
Watch the moisture.
Yeah,
And see what differences that makes.
Yeah. Well, new developments give you new options, Truth Seeker. What options you use and how you use them is up to us.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very small right now. Right now I'm doing 100 pounds a day. Once I get the new pumps, I should be able to kick it up to 500 to 1,000 pounds a day. Then my bottleneck will be the impact mill, which is at about 100 pounds an hour. This is for you.
You have a dry gulch going away from a weathered vein. You expect the page level to be only in the bottom or extend how far up the side?
I expect mainly in the bottom.
Well, depending on,
This bedrock control.
right, but depending on the controls, Jeff, because if the original creek drainage, let me do this. If you're, let's go,
That's exactly what I'm doing, Tricky Diggy. It also means I don't need filters.
yeah, if your drainage has benches in it, there's a good chance that the ancient channel was up here. And over time, you're seeing the water in the drainage down here now, and there's gold here because you've always got erosion. But there's a good chance that the original ancient channel was actually somewhere along the benches. And you could have gold here as well.
He says the young V-shaped valley.
A young V-shaped valley?
Yeah. I presume that means it's almost entirely bedrock, like you'd often see in the desert southwest.
Yeah, if it's solid rock, in a very V-shaped valley, those are your controls. So there's a good chance that the only gold you're going to find is what's consolidated in the bottom of the actual drainage.
Yeah.
But this is definitely things to look out for. Is if you start to be able to kind of see benches on a drainage, there is a chance that nobody was even looking for the gold up here, 200 feet above the water.
Well, Jeff's here.
Yeah, hey Jeff.
Showed up late. But yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do, Tricky Dicky. Not only do I get more overall recovery, but it also does my solid liquid separation also. Right now I seem to be grinding a little bit finer than I want, but that's usually pretty easy to fix. Usually it's the other way that's a tough one. So we shall see what we shall see.
Unless the gold, Jeff, is coming from, somewhere on the side of the valley, if you can watch the rock changes and see that, there was something that's different somewhere on the side. Because you could have multiple sources in a valley of gold, too. It doesn't necessarily mean there's only one source.
Oh man, you say reality gets complicated?
It can get really complicated.
Man. What a bummer.
At midnight in Florida? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's 10 here, man.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
I'm glad you could join us even for a few minutes.
I've got to be at the doctor's office at 8 in the morning.
I've been getting up at 5 a.m. and then not getting to bed till who knows when.
See?
Yeah.
Alarm, 6 o'clock.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Oh.
So anyhow, any other questions, anybody?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Tricky. That's some very helpful information tonight. I really appreciate it.
Not more to look into.
Oh yeah. That's just kind of personally, I like the idea of just fluxing it, smelting it if you can. Why is the sky blue? Okay. That has to do with the dispersion of the light. As the lights running through the sky. When it hits particles, it gets reflected. Okay? Now, the smaller wavelengths of light are the blue end.
Yeah.
So the smaller particles will reflect the blue. That's why you see it up above you. There's very little sky up there. In the evening, when it drops lower in the sky, it's coming through more of the air, but now it's being transmitted to you instead of the sunlight going overhead, hitting stuff, and being reflected to you. Then now you're seeing what gets through those small particles, and that will be the longer wavelength red light. So that's how it happens. Mr. Lodex says great shows, guys and gal.
Thanks everybody for being here again. And
Scattering, that's what I was looking for.
no, Jeff, I'm still got about 3 or 4 more days to go here, but it looks like the
Weather's still good.
The weather's going to hold out for us. I think we're going to get it all done. And if if we still get nice weather, there's always more to do. But at least if we get the important stuff done.
Well, that's why the sky on Mars is red. It's because it's got dust in there that's scattering this way, down. And that can very easily happen.
That's a good way to try to help to figure it out, Jeff. Is exactly that. Look at where the old mines are. Try to identify what the similarities are. And if you can do that, Jeff, a lot of times you'll get the strike pattern of of whatever was creating that mineralization, and then hunt below that for as far as the placer.
Well, and you can also, nowadays with satellite, you can look at vegetation and texture of rock, and sometimes
definitely. I mean, you use everything you can to your advantage.
Yep.
But you can have overprinted limestone where the granite intrusive never broke the limestone. Yeah. So sometimes those mineralized lode systems didn't necessarily make the surface.
Absolutely.
But if the channel in the creek or the valley was enough, it cut it at a deeper level.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions here, folks? Well, I'm going to have to get nighty-night here.
Yeah, it's been a good night, though. Thanks for all the questions, guys.
Yeah, had really good, fast second half there after Eva. Just some good questions and stuff. Absolutely.
Well, good luck, Jeff. I hope you get lots of gold.
Yeah. Well, check it out. Make sure you test your tailings.
Yes. Yeah,
that's the key.
Yeah, test and retest and then test again.
Yeah, you find an area that's got, it's pretty flat. That's a good place to build your heap. Absolutely. Same picks. How about shovels? Yeah, that's the nice thing about having it on a video.
Yeah, you can go back and watch it again or check out one part you wanted to hear an answer.
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, everyone, for being here. And yeah, Jeff, it'll be fun to see how you're doing there with that rock.
Yeah. Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
Any other questions, anybody? Thank you very much for showing up tonight, asking questions, and giving us some interesting answers. Really appreciate it. And I'll see what I can get done this week and have some more fun stuff. If the weather holds off for another month, I'll have a lot of interesting stuff. That's for sure. So that mill's got me a little worried because of the freezing thingy.
Yeah. may get lucky, get a couple more weeks.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it just drops a little bit below freezing every night. That's not a big problem because, there's so much mass there that it's not going to freeze. But okay, Tricky. Oh, you take care.
All right.
Okay. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there. Oh my